Oh, something I did do today, though. Have I played a lot of adventure mode? Hundreds of hours, yes. Not thousands, but hundreds of hours since it released. How do I put this? I guess the easiest way to describe me right now is I'm very behind on a lot of things. So, what's the plan for Fort? My thoughts on what? Adventure mode? It's great. It doesn't have as much, it's not as big of a time sink as Fort mode. It's best played in between forts as a way of achieving small goals in between forts, which is why you don't see me streaming it as much, because an adventure for me lasts 6, maybe 7 hours of me achieving a few small tasks in between forts and then playing 70 hours of the next fort. So I like it and I play it. Does it need more development? Yes. So does Fort mode. I don't really know what people are expecting when they ask for my thoughts on adventure mode. Because, like, do I like adventure mode? Yes. Do I think adventure mode is good? Yes. Do I think it needs more development? Yes. Do I wish it got more development? Yes. Do I wish there was more features for it? Yes. Do I play it? Yes. Why haven't you seen me stream it? Because you don't watch my stream very much. It's usually almost always the, like, direction these conversations go, so I don't really know how to answer them. When will I stream it again? When I feel like it. Probably after this fort. My VOD channel is called at Blind Extras on YouTube. I did a one-shot on my birthday, which was June. And then after that, I played... I played one fort for about 2 months. And didn't do anything else. So in the middle of that, there was a one-shot adventure. And outside of that, I did like 2 weeks of adventure mode before that, which was a 0 to hero challenge. It was like 8 streams or something. And then I was going to do some adventure mode after I finished Thunderpants, which was a fort that I started after that fort that I did for like 2 months because I finally made a new world. And then didn't because that was when Forgotten Beasts were super bugged and fucky. So then I went back to an old fortress, which doesn't have most of the feet, because that world is like almost 2 years old now. So there's like no adventure mode features from the new stuff that's in there. So like there's no real reason to play adventure mode in that world. At least not for me anyway. And I played that fort, and now we're generating a new world again, so I want to play a fort. So when will I play adventure mode? I will specifically play adventure mode when they add stuff to it. Otherwise, it'll be short one-shots in between forts, which will, be 3 to 6 hours. But, yeah, that's that. That's that. So the YouTube stream should be up and running. The Twitch stream is up and running. The plan for today is I would like to make a fort that is focused on making beasts fight, which is what I wanted to do in the last fort. And the other thing that I would like to do is I would like to mess with dyes as much as bloody possible. I'm thinking fancy dyed fabric is going to be our main export alongside of dyed clothing, because that's going to be... Why would I turn volcanism up to the max? If I wanted volcanoes, I would just go settle on a volcano. You don't need them to be up to the max. You guys are everybody's very hyper-focused one note when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. For me, steep mountains are more interesting than volcanoes anyway. But, I can't remember, which was the one that I was using? Let me just take a peek. Indir was 300. This must have been the one that I was using, which is Large Island. Whack Major would like you to post beers, chat. Don't forget, very important. You like a mesa or a lone mountain? I like steep cliffs. Like if we're gonna say like what kind of maps do I prefer? I like steep cliffs. Is actually like my favorite. Let me check something else. Ah, that was the one that I was messing with. I want to use the same parameters I did for the last world that I generated, more or less. Which I will update this to August. Save. Let's take a peek. I may actually make minerals slightly scarcer because they were a little bit too plentiful.
Doot.
Ilmirin, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. I also really want to see those necromancer summons. I'm also kind of thinking about making only one pole. Like maybe just a North Pole, no South Pole. Techlort, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. And Ilmirin with the 16 months. Just found me in the last month or so when you returning to Dwarf Fortress after years. First time coming into the Steam version and loving the quality of life. I just don't like massive amounts of minerals. I don't really care about the map size. I feel like I'm less likely to spend a lot of time in a small map. So if I'm testing something, I usually go for a smaller map. Like if I just want to quickly try something, I usually go for smaller maps. I like generally sit around the medium. I don't know. I don't really have anything that I do every single time, but I don't like the biggest size, but I don't like Pocket Worlds. It's somewhere in a happy medium. Or completely separated from other civs? I mean, if you crank up the volcano frequency, then sure. Well, like, volcanoes are generally near high peaks. Or near, like, the edges of plates and plate tectonics, right? But I don't know. To me, playing on a volcano is kind of like playing on easy mode. If that makes sense. Like, they can be fun, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to think, like, what was the last volcano fort I did? Chat can probably remind me faster than I can. Let's increase the cavern openness. Let's go all the way up to 80. Oh. Would help if I turned on numlock. Volcano does also mean no coal, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, volcanoes can be fun, but I feel like if you settle on a volcano every time, the game kind of just gets boring. So I try to make them like a rare kind of occasion. Instead of like, you know, set the volcanoes to maximum kind of thing, you know? I think for cavern layer water, I'm going to turn that down. Let's go down to 75. I don't like the completely soaked caverns. Number of non-mountain caves, number of mythical sites. Make caves visible, no. Playable civilization is required. Now I'm going to look for the one that I can never find until I specifically look for it, which is minerals. I'm going to lower the amount of minerals a little bit because the last time I used this world gen preset, I had too many minerals. I do also have the number of volcanoes higher than the defaults, by the way. But I'm not going to crank it up to absolute maximum or anything silly. so where the hell? The day that they add a search function to this screen will be my happiest update they ever make. Because I never actually spend a lot of time in this map until I do. And then when I do, or in this screen, and then when I do, I go, why haven't they added a search function yet? Because they keep adding more things to it. And my eyes are terrible, so like finding anything in here is like, I kind of want to turn off periodically erode extreme cliffs. This makes adventure mode a lot easier, but I want extreme cliffs, so this is also an interesting setting. You can very much like force your worlds to be thicker if you use that. How have I not found this? Where is the minerals? Chat, help me. I swear it was around here somewhere. Is it not? It's in the upper half of the settings. I've probably just flown past it, haven't I? I made a couple tutorials about this a while ago, and it is like embarrassing how long those recordings were of just me scrolling up and down. There it is, mineral scarcity. Low equals more minerals. Let's bump this from 2,500 up to 3,500. You never find anything in this list? Yeah, it's just bleh. All right, so I haven't started my recording yet for anything, but I will now. All right, important stuff's recording. Marker is now in the VOD. Just as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowd-funded channel, so I make money if you throw money at the channel via bits and gift subs on Twitch or via super chats and memberships on YouTube. That's how this channel makes a living. Of course, there are the occasional ad break, but that is mostly because the platforms make me do that. If you like the stuff that I do, thanks, Zachris, for the appreciate you. If you like the stuff that I do, and you're on the YouTube side of things, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, because it does make the YouTube machine go burr. We are starting a new fortress today, so I will need some audience participation for the naming of things, although Died Lands was a name that Chad came up with earlier, which I think is pretty good, actually. So the goal for this fort is I want to make an arena and make Forgotten Beasts fight, and I want to mess around with the new dies as much as possible. So those are my two goals for this fort, is messing with die so I can make a tutorial on it, hopefully, and making beasts fight. So it should be fun, I think. Right, chat? Let's go. I clicked that button and my phone vibrated. Who's texting me? You love watching World Gen? Yeah, me too. Even when it rejects like 200 before it gets one right. Maybe. Looks like we got it. Probably going through. Placing caves. That's a lot of caves. But yeah, a die-heavy Colosseum pit is kind of what I'm thinking. Is kind of what I would like to see. The land of gifts. Oh, geez. That's a custom name. I might rename it. Yeah, let's just go back to the main menu real quick, and I just want to rename that. Create new world, detailed mode, August 2025. No custom world name. Save. Let's try that again. Arena of Beasts. That could be a group name. If it's Thing of Thing, I like that to be the group name, and I like the fort name to just be 2 words. But that could be a group name. Panther Carpy, thanks for 10 bucks. You got a $10 super chat. Whose name I butcher 78% of the time, potentially. It's really having a hard time with this. It keeps, like, rejecting at temperature, which is interesting. I like that little valley in the middle of that mountain range right in the middle of the screen there. Oh, there it goes again. Bloodsport. That's a movie that I think I've seen. And I say that, like, I think I've seen because I look at screen grabs and, like, scenes from that movie, and they're all very vividly familiar. Like, oh, yeah, no, I've seen that. I've absolutely seen that. And then, like, I think about it for a little bit, and I'm like, wait, no, I haven't seen it. No, I definitely haven't seen that. So, like, I don't know how I've seen Bloodsport, but I'm pretty certain I've seen Bloodsport. With clothes based on the monsters they're fans of. The problem is you can't assign clothing to civilians. So you could do that with, like, squads. Yeah, also that. Yosef Yostar. There's also a lot of that. It's like there's a lot of it is just memes. Like, a lot of it is just memes. I should respond to that text. I'm going to plug this back in. The cable that my phone's plugged into right now is not long enough for me to do anything on my phone screen at a comfortable angle. Hopping in for a new fort. Yep. Let's see what we got. Let's take a peek. Got, like, this. It's almost like they're under siege right here. This little dwarven faction right here along the... Also, can I just say that the continent of colors is a really good... The absolute dimension! But, like, the continent of colors is just a really good name for this whole region. That's pretty dope, actually. 4,000 plus rejection world? What did you do? I think my record is maybe in, like, the high hundreds. But, like, seriously, what did you do? There's a huge haunted glacier up here. That's pretty nifty. There's a hunt. Okay, so there's maybe too much minerals still here. Unless, I don't know. Maybe I just want to go easy mode for a fort. Look at this. Iron, gold, silver, copper, lead, flux stone, and a volcano on a terrifying biome. Is that a double volcano all the way across the sky? It's pretty dope. No metal on either of those, though. The swamp of wines in the continent of colors. You put the volcano bug in my ear, Ice Blue. This is your fault. I'll have you know. Look at these very isolated dwarves down here all by themselves. Grove Rock. Them damn southern dwarves in the scorching mountains of Grove Rock. What other dwarves do we have? It's an interesting, joyous mountain. Very evil mountain. A lot of humans up here. Bunch of dwarves by this evil mountain. Sinister. How does the double volcano with no metal work? I mean, like, you just pour lava on things, right? Be a very interesting no combat kind of situation, but I mean, the last fort we did was basically a no combat fort. Well, minimal combat because I had no minerals, but kind of don't want to do that again, to be honest. I just want to be somewhere with a lot of plants so that I have like the most options for dyes. I'm sorry, the brook is named the Ugly Seizure of Shooting. A triple volcano. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that. This is also kind of a neat spot right here. Scarbind of the Mist. Actually, I wonder if that's settleable. I'm just kind of looking for steep cliffs more than anything. Because, like, maybe you guys aren't seeing this here, but this whole ridge, if it wasn't, like, no vegetation, could be, like, some insane cliffs, actually. Same with, like, right here. Like, this tiny sliver right there could be awesome. Because I'm looking for stuff with, like, thick vegetation, right? Because thick vegetation means more... means more options for dyes. And I kind of have an image in my head of what I would like to try and build. Like, this one could also be pretty dope. Oh, that's also Untamed Wilds, which is fun. Alright, let's just let this finish generating, because we've got 150 years left. The volcano appears to have water running through it. I wonder what that would look like. I'm also very curious about that double volcano, even though it's got no minerals on it. Terrifying volcano beyond theme, at least? Yeah. Your first fort was on Untamed Wilds biome was so cool. A fleet of sorry, I read that as fleet. A fleet of huge. I was expecting birds or something. At the feet of a huge cliff, a volcano that span about 30 layers got mocked by a streamer named Blind for Poor Children Management. I mean, hey. When the dragon came and I lost the save and it was hella fun. Well, sorry for mocking you, but Kogan was a bloody menace when it was fun. Hey, you know, kids being serial killers is a parenting skill issue. Not the fault of the kids. Just say. Yeah, also, Jesus in the YouTube chat points out that a terrifying volcano would be on theme. I was looking for just Untamed Wilds, but I could be tempted. This also seems like it could be neat right here. Like, what does this have for materials? This has silver and lead. It is calm, though. Orange Breeds is the stream. The Gloved Fountain. Does have a light aquifer on it. The Hill of Omens. Ooh. It's not going to be the steepest thing. There's also some spots along here that could be awesome. Stakevise the Ungodly Rite. Interesting. This could also be neat. I love the name, the Continent of Colors. What's the theme for this fort? I want to mess with dye as much as possible. Oh shit, this could be cool. This could be cool right here. The brilliant null spines and the jungles of gloss, because this is a mirthful area, and it's got the mirthful coloring. Same with this. This could also be neat. All right, let's just let this finish. We got another 60 years left. It's gonna go to year 300. All in good fun though. You mostly tend to avoid the haunted type places. You end up not paying attention enough whenever a syndrome. Yeah, I mean the last fort that I did was a terrifying biome. I have like points where I really want to deal with terrifying biomes, but like sometimes I want more physical threats, and I kind of want more physical threats, especially because like if it's like reanimating or something, that would kind of make what I'm trying to do very difficult, and I want to have access to the surface so I can get dyes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super game on the idea of a haunted fort this time around, but I'd be up for next fort in this world for sure. How to handle physical threats early on? Hide behind a wall and lock the door. Like, that's how you handle physical threats early on. Lock the door. Welcome back, Zakar. Or, not Zakar. Vikar, I can read. Getting chased by a giant letter A is not as scary as getting chased by a giant and signed. Joyous Wilds dies. Exactly, Romanoid Trolley. Yeah, see, you're kind of getting what I'm thinking. I thought you were supposed to stop at the year 300. Well, maybe it starts checking at the year 300. Well, I'll just go for 325, so it's a round number. Nope. Dang it. Let's go for 330. There we go. The League of Gifts and the Fated Fellowship. In the early summer of 328, the Dingo Man Mech Peaked Guilt became the most sacred tomb of the Fated Fellowship. Those are words. Yeah, Mina gets it. Very colorful. Although it spells colors wrong, so I'm mildly offended at that. Let's just use world as is. The rock-hailed quest, the brilliant sport, routed the grey fly of the barbarity of cages. And destroyed clinch monsters. Correct, Janto. Because it has to reset. Oh, there's some neat things back up in here. There's some really neat isolated regions in this map. Like this glacier that's mostly populated with goblins. Karania, thanks for the 23rd month. Welcome back. Check and I get a round of beers. 10 hours into the game and you have no idea what you're doing? It comes with time. This is a game about experience, right? The more you play of it, the more, like, the more you become, like, aware of what the game's trying to communicate, the less daunting it becomes. As long as the dwarves aren't actively starving to death. Speaking of funny volcanoes, this is a kind of funny volcano. It's just, like, a very sinister... Actually, if we wanted to do something in an evil biome, this is thick vegetation and heavily forested. And the brook is called the Accidental Pungency and the Accrue Furnace. There is no metal, though. Oh, there's some gold, actually, just... Yeah, just east. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. That one's got copper on it. That would be enough. I'm mostly looking at, like, the forestation, like how forested things are. Are there any dwarves down here? Yeah, there are. Oh, wow. Well, this whole faction is dead. Machine Razor here got wrecked. Good lord, what happened to them? Probably the tower? I mean, it is a dwarven tower. But, like, they may have also, like, dug too deeply, or perhaps they went to war with these elves and humans. It's likely the tower had something to do with it. A fruit fly just bounced off my nose. There's very few of them in my apartment this year, which is nice. I really like this area, though. I like these cliffs. There's probably a lot of really good cliffs around here. Wow. This whole region over here also got more or less exterminated. Most of these humans here got exterminated. This really seems like a world where the goblins won. Although these dwarves are still kind of fine, same with these ones. At least the fringe... Well, I was going to say this, the fringe civilizations, the goblins won. Not really, it's more just the southern civilizations. Exactly, lazy man. New fort and new world. This one is also just neat. I'd be curious to see what that looks like. All right, let's jump into the absolute dimension briefly. Take a peek around. Yes, generated civs can dig too deep, and usually they ally with another generated civ, Jesus, to fight back the demonic force. You can also sometimes reclaim fortresses that have dug too deep, and either start with underworld access or with a bunch of dead underworld things everywhere and engravings of the underworld, which is neat. Yes, you can reclaim forts if they are completely abandoned. But using DF Hacks Embark Anywhere, you can embark on top of a populated fort if you want. You might have 0 frames per second, but... So probably what I'm going to do is a bunch of test embarks until I find something that I like. That's probably what's going to happen. And thank you very much to everybody tuning in. It's good to have so many people. If you're watching on the YouTube side of things, do not forget to leave a like on the stream. It does help the machine go burr on the YouTube side of things. And there's 96 of you watching and 49 likes, meaning if we make that number of likes go up, that'll be very beneficial. Okay, so these actually aren't that close together. But this one, the Flickering Barb, is pretty steep, actually. Although this one is way steeper. I kind of need to know what that looks like. I want to know. This is probably just like a gigantic pillar in the middle of the map. Let's just look. Actually, not that tall. I was kind of expecting it to shoot like quite a bit higher, but... White Storks? How deep is this map? Minus 23, starting at layer 45, going up to layer 88. All right, so pretty shallow. I'm the reason I'm trying this game today. You'll watch my tutorials. Let's see how it goes. Well, best of luck. If you need help, ask chat. And if YouTube chat is quiet, ask Twitch chat. Of course, there's also my Discord. Just looking for the year. Eventually I'll figure out where it sits, and then I'll be able to grab it again. The absolute... Actually, that would be pretty high up, wouldn't it? Absolute dimension. There it is. I need to update that, Greg, and then some. The best recommendation you have is to embrace fun. Yeah, the fort falling isn't failure. It's just continuation of the story. It's probably the best advice for Dwarf Fort. I want to do what I started to do, Greg, and then some. Here, actually, I'll update that command. I wanted to do what I started to do in the last fort and then realized I couldn't. I want to make Forgotten Beasts fight, and I also just want to mess with the new die system. Because I haven't really done much in New Worlds since the beasts gained their colors. Let's see. And I also haven't had much of an opportunity to... Is this going to be accessible? Yeah, it would be. I haven't had the opportunity to do much since the Forgotten Beasts gained their colors. I also haven't had the opportunity to mess with any of the new dyes. So those are kind of the two goals for this particular world. You got silver and lead in you. Kind of looks like this one would have a river going through it, but it kind of doesn't. Eh. No thanks, not for this one. Where was that tiny little patch of good biome that I saw? Actually, let's look at the different civilizations. We got the Singed Walls, which are functional barely. We've got the Insightful Wheel. They've got one location. We've got the Eternal Mountain! Well, these guys selected the cool name, so that's why they're still functioning. That's amazing. That checks out, the route. Honestly, even like the folder loading system is new. I really like the Eternal Mountain. That's a A+ faction name. The legendary channels are also still functional. Very far up north. The Hall of Boats, they have one fort. I guess they're entirely just... Yeah, they're entirely occupied by elves. And goblins. Mostly elves. The Kind Seal have no locations and 10 population living in a tent somewhere. And then the Greater Relic, which has several locations. Man, I really like the Eternal Mountain. Happy New Fort Day, Kenton. You're drinking a coffee from your Twilight Mile. Man, you brought the uniform. That's impressive. I'm wearing a band shirt. Is this embarkable? I'd have to make the map bigger, which I'm not certain I'm willing to do. I'm just looking for... Ooh, that's fun. What's this? Sparse. Everything's sparse. I don't want to tempt myself if it's sparse vegetation. Moderate vegetation. Okay, let's look for somewhere with more vegetation than just moderate. Like heavily forested and woodland is kind of what I'm looking for. The Eternal Mountain is just such a good goddamn name, though. Holy shit. This could be a fun area. If I can find something that's very gray. Are good biomes dangerous at all? So biomes all work on a 3 difficulty, or 3 danger level, I guess, or maybe threat level scale. So there's like the low threat, medium threat, and high threat. High threat is like Untamed Wilds for neutral biomes. Medium threat for neutral biomes is Wilderness, and low threat is Calm. For good biomes, there are Serene, which aren't that dangerous. There's Mirthful, which is like Wilderness. And then there's Joyous Wilds, which will have agitation and scariness. For evil biomes, there's Sinister, which basically means there won't be much plant life and the game will make spooky sounds sometimes. There's Haunted, which some creepy things can happen, and maybe you'll have higher threats. And then there's Terrifying, which is where you get the scary weather and such. So it doesn't matter the alignment of the biome, it's just simply that's what the biome is aligned with. What matters is the amount of like localized threat within the area. There's a lot of little lonely mountains everywhere, to be honest. Oh, that could be fun. What's this got? Sparse, moderate, moderate. I just want to see what this looks like. Aha! See, now this is what I'm looking for. This kind of thing. Maybe a little steeper than this, and ideally with more vegetation. But this is the kind of thing that I'm looking for. Because this is, you know, pretty sparse. But this is the kind of thing that I'm looking for. With the Hall of the Mountain King? I'll be honest with you, I remember very little of Fantasia. The nice patch was a little north of the Eternal Mountain. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to be poking around, probably. There's a mod that does that, Brian. There's a mod that lets you make sandstone that's dyed. Which is actually seems kind of like a pretty cool mod if you're just into aesthetics. I may actually install that one at some point. Well, I mean, the true question, Thomas, isn't how much dwarf could a dwarf fort if a dwarf fort could fort dwarf. The actual sentence that you should be asking is how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, and it's clearly he would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could if a woodchuck could chuck wood. All right, so the Eternal Mountain is right here. And I really like this kind of region. Around here. Or alternatively, if we wanted to do a volcano. Maybe not that one. Maybe this one. Because I tried settling on one of these and wasn't impressed. Those are just wilderness, though. All of these are wilderness? Yeah. So could do something with this. Let's see what this looks like. I also don't want to do a massive map. I keep doing these very large, wide maps, and they just kind of don't ring true to me. You know, this actually ain't bad. It's a very natural slope. Because your squads are stuck on the mission? Yeah, I've heard that that's really bad right now. How shallow is this? Yeah, there we go. I quite like this. If you guys really want a volcano map. You'll pop a 3x3 with the magma in the middle? Because you like how it looks? Yeah? Inside the volcano? Probably right next to the volcano, looking into the volcano. Or, like, in front of the volcano. But, like, looking around at the surface... You know, we got lots of berries, lots of wheat, like, various reeds and stuff, rope reeds. For trees, we've got persimmons, pecans, almonds. I really hope that there's beets. Rhubarbs. I think it even had an aquifer. Iona, thank you very much for the 23rd month. Are known as groundhogs? Yes. Are known for digging barrels. They don't actually chuck wood. No, they don't, unfortunately. A wildlife expert estimated that a woodchuck could potentially move around 700 pounds of dirt while digging. Oh. Okay, sure. I feel like this is like a banana for scale level of internet nonsense. Is it good to settle in a very dense forest? I mean, infinite wood. I mean, wood will regrow regardless. It's entirely up to you. I mean, I would just say if you're new to the game, just make sure that you settle in a calm or wilderness biome. Try and avoid anything else. And aside from that, it's just kind of up to you. If there's more vegetation, then what you can do is you can grab this tool and you can just harvest stuff from the surface, which will allow you to get things like fruits and vegetables for brewing and eating. So it's harder to starve to death if you're somewhere that has a lot of vegetation. So if you're a new player, just focus on the, how do I put this? Just focus on being in a calm biome more than anything. Also, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for that 23-month resub? Appreciate you, friend. Wagon blocking trees are a pain. Sure, but not the biggest deal. I would say just try and find somewhere with vegetation. I do really like this one. This is a thumbs up so far for me. Let's see what else we can find. Oh, keep clicking the wrong button. I love how I have the absolute dimensions and the absolute dimension. Let's just get rid of this one. Just region 39. All right. Also gonna get rid of this one because I never did anything with it, and get rid of this one because I never did anything with it. All right, 331 right here. You like doing that anyway? Yeah, approximately from where they come from, right, Darut? So that you can kind of guide the wagons in. Although that's, of course, assuming you make it that far. I also think that if somebody's new to the game, they shouldn't be worrying about wagons making it to your fortress, because if it's your first fort, like, are you going to get to Barony? I don't know. Maybe. I wouldn't say that's the biggest concern. Also, they can still trade without the wagons. You like to put them to all edges to make them look like crossroads? I like settling on the natural roads a whole lot. I wish there was more of them, actually. I mean, I've said this a million times. One of the features that I wish would return from the older versions of the game is in older versions of the game, it was this volcano right here. In older versions of the game, one of the end game goals was you had to build a road, and that's how the king would show up, is that they would show up on the road. And I would like it so much if roads were a more common thing. Speaking of roads, that's a minor river. Where does it become a major river? Just a river. I saw a major river, though. Where is it? That's something else I'd like to look at. Apple marble. Delicious. I'll take 2 marble apples, please. Multiple constructions, eh? It's all just a stream down here. This is the major river. Galley raked. That's a big old waterfall up there.
Woo!
What's this? It's just a stream. One of your earliest forts, the king just turned up out of nowhere. That's pretty rare that that happens, but it does happen. And it's always very amusing when it does, to be honest. It's one of my favorite, like, events that can just sometimes happen. I mean, this could be a fun spot right there. I really like that volcano. That volcano is pretty A+, but I want to find like one other possible option. Vegetation is scarce there, so that's kind of a non-starter. Even though that looks like it could be a cool spot. This could also be neat. Ooh. With two different volcanoes. I don't think so, but were you here for the conversation I had earlier about volcanoes? I don't like volcanoes as much as 99% of chat seems to. I mean, I've definitely like had a volcano on a map before and then dug down and found like a lava tube beneath it. But I don't fully have the same constant desire for the stereotypical dwarf fort, I guess. You're in a meeting? I like volcanoes. Volcanoes are kind of like playing the game on easy, boring mode to me, though. That was the discussion. I find that they don't always... The flames of corruption make the game better. I play with volcanoes mostly because chat's like, fucking play volcano! And then I'm like, fine. I'd rather just settle somewhere with interest, like here, we'll settle on this just to see what it looks like. I'd rather settle somewhere with interesting... Yeah, like this is kind of ugly. I'd rather settle somewhere that just has an interesting geography, more so than a volcano. Although that is very pointy. That is very pointy. I do have to give it that. I do have to give it that. That is very pointy. There's opossums on the map. Oh, possum. How art thou? There's several ways to control how deep they are. One of the easier ones is by forcing more layers. Like, this one's pretty shallow. One of the easier ways to do is by forcing more layers in between. Oh, actually, it's pretty tall. It just goes up really high. One of the easier ways is by forcing more layers in between each cavern layer. So if there's, like, a minimum of, like, 1 by default, if you bump that up to, like, 10, then you're guaranteed to have more layers. Usually lowering the amount of rainfall in World Gen will make a thicker world because less of it will erode. But then you'll have less tall mountains. But I think 400 layers is kind of where it caps out. Looks kind of cool. Yeah, kind of cool. It's not really what I was going for, though. Start new game in existing world. There we go. Watched it long ago and I can't remember. The one where I talk about, I think it's caverns. I go over it a bit, and I want to say rainfall. I go over it a bit. The wiki probably explains it better, though, to be honest. I don't think those are my best work, frankly. Is this world special in some way? Not really. I tried to make cliffs a little bit more jagged by removing occasionally eroding steep cliffs. And I added a little bit more erosion and removed some minerals. But it's not... And there's also a few more volcanoes than normal. I think the world's probably a bit more savage than normal. But that's just standard me. It's always in the desert regions, man. There's copper there. It's good to know. Kind of want to regenerate. I don't know. I really like the Continent of Colors, though. That's such a good name. It's like maybe my favorite part of this whole world, actually, is the fact that it's called the Continent of Colors. That might be cool. But of course, it's desert. Actually, look at this. It's Joyous Wilds and Wilderness, which has pretty sparse vegetation, admittedly, but this is some of the silliness I was kind of hoping for. Look at that. Oh. Glorious, man. That's kind of what I was looking for. Dread puke? I also dread puking. So, it's a bit too sparse though, that's the problem. Shaped like a bean? I was thinking like a stomach or like some kind of liver. We call this this mountain the Bean Bump. Actually, it's kind of a beanbag chair if you look at it at like a slight angle. That's where I went hiking. Not enough gravel. Well, yeah, no, not enough gravel. It's the Bean Bum. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what it is. I think I'm going to generate another one, chat. I'm going to use the same settings, though. And I'm going to go down to end year 300. Just going to save. Great world. Let's try this again. For me, when it comes to generating, it depends on the world. Sometimes I feel like doing an older world. Sometimes I feel like doing a younger world. I just played for about it was a bunch of forts plus 2 months in one fort in a world that was 1,000 years old, so I'm leaning kind of on the younger end now. But it's very different vibes in between the younger and the older, so I don't prefer one or the other. I just kind of swap back and forth occasionally. You're more likely to see dragons if you increase the number of dragons that can potentially spawn in your world. Hello, Hilmar. It's been a minute, yeah? You lurked recently without a sound. I presume that you mean, like, as in you not typing, hey? Well, I appreciate the lurks regardless. I still think that my favorite names for anything that I ever saw was the Pungent Pregnancy and the Sudden Birth, which were 2 elven sites that were right next door to each other. Which, for some reason, I find way too funny. This is a lot of rejections. The last one had like, what, 22, I think? Glazed Hole is also pretty good. A+. I mean, the best name I ever saw was Dung's Depths the Naughty Hole, which to me just means like bum. And it was a cobalt cave. And they had a market in that cave called Duber. Which, I'm a child and I found that very funny. Of a dead volcano, like a dormant volcano. I kind of wish this game would generate dormant volcanoes. But wouldn't that just be like a lake in a mountain? The old stick of balls. I once had an artifact made out of a pink tourmaline called the Pink Impaler. And I nearly died. Sometimes it's fun to have like a childish sense of stupid humor. So after 75 rejections, we got some pretty cool mountain formations though. I'll let it go for like 20 years and we'll take a peek. Hey-oh, exactly. There used to be a mod that another streamer that I used to watch always had installed in their forts, and it just changed the name of scepters to dildos. Sometimes, like, really stupid, immature mods are just funny. Okay, I love this. I love these, like, completely isolated tiny regions. That is super fucking cool. Also, this is pretty dope. The Ash of Girls. I don't like that. The Fountain of Flyers. Damn rights. And the Rough Torch. I'm just looking at names of things. This is pretty cool. The Dunes of Meditating. I feel like this is like a religious retreat. Actually, I think I like this one more. Just the layout of it. Ooh, this is always cool. Got Joyous Wilds Glaciers, which is always cool. Okay. That is awesome. Please let that have access to the outside world. Please. Holy, like that looks like a Mario level layout. That is awesome. Holy shit. That is so cool looking. There's some dwarves up here. And some dwarves down here, so that river might make it accessible. Or that stream, rather. Let's just let it generate. I hope this dwarven faction, or one of these dwarven factions around here, has a cool name, because there seems to be 3. There's like one here, and then one north. It would be a lot of walking in a straight line. I do like that this is here, though. That's kind of cool. The entirety of that area? That would be a massive map. So in YouTube chat, SNES the Best says, if only you could make your fort the entirety of that area, maybe you could make several forts in there. Looking at it, like, you couldn't do the entirety of it, but like 16 by 16 is the biggest you can reasonably play. This one's also pretty rad, but that would be completely inaccessible. Although, I'll say, because the point of this fort is making monsters fight, I'll bet you I could populate one of these regions and just not worry about getting invaded. You know? Because, like, what I want is I want to make beasts fight. And I don't really care about the outside world. Really? Because, like, armies are pretty bugged, so I don't want to be sending out armies. So if I'm going to do a super isolated fort, now's the time, right? Because it would be more of like a, you know, just an isolated group of dwarves stuck inside of a mountain range that don't really get out much, you know? Just making high-end fabrics with, because there's even like a patch of good right there. So there'd be like gnomes and shit. This also looks forested and maybe even be mirthful too, is it? Okay, so that's heavily forested with thick vegetation. This area is much more full of vegetation than this side, because it's all moderate and scarce. Let's just poke around a little more. This is also pretty cool. Just this super duper duper dense series of roads down here, although there's this Necro Tower over here just looming. There's also this one, which has a stream running through it. This freshwater lake here is Mirthful, and there's a completely destroyed Dwarven Civ there. They seem to have appeared right next to the goblins. Or settled right next to the goblins and just died. I mean, I wonder why. Yeah, I really like this map. Also, these dwarves here are like populating back up into here too. Well, I was thinking like Die Mountain or something. DYE. You just picked up Dwarf Fortress this weekend. The tutorials are super helpful. Are you really loving the game? It's nothing else. It's like nothing else you've ever played. That's what I always say about Dwarf Fortress, Lansky, in YouTube chat. It's like, is it a perfect game? No. Is it like free of bugs and issues? No. Is there anything else like it that fully scratches the itch? No. So I tolerate the problems. The Holy you know, honestly, Holy Dyers actually could be it, and we can just make Dio jokes the entire time. I'd be down for that, actually. Or we could call it Roll the DYE. Roll the die. I also have to make a lot of dice, don't I? I mean, you could say that this game is art. Ooh, we've got the necromancy appearing over on this side. And suddenly everybody's dead. Well, there goes that side. Let's go for 249. 48, 49. Missed it. I just want to be on like a 0 or a 5. Uh-oh. I was worried it was going to crash for a second there. We'll just let it go to 300. The dwarves on the left side seem pretty safe. He says that as one of them dies. Several of the helixes are dying. There must be at war with the goblins up there. $300 D6 into the goblins. I don't think we're going to get attacked if I settle in here, though. I mean, we might. They'd have to have cave access, though. Do smaller areas have less or more? As an example, the reason that last fortress had so many titans on the surface was because it was an isolated small area. And I turned up the number of titans high enough that it had to put them all in one place. I also have these major rivers up here, which are pretty dope. So the two cool regions are like this, which is extremely isolated. Oh, that's kind of neat. We've got an evil volcano down here. It's just a little goblin civilization surrounding a volcano that are probably wreaking havoc on all these humans. It's a completely destroyed Dwarven Civ. These guys are still kind of a stronghold, though. These guys are also holding out. This kind of looks like Helm's Deep. Right here. All right, let's just click play now. Hey, Snail. All games are art? Nah, some more than others. But, yes. Well, maybe I'd say not some more than others. Some are easier to appreciate than others. If that makes any sense. I usually upload the world saves, if I remember. That's the key, though, is if I remember. I'll be right. I'm just gonna click the embark button, and I will be right back because I need to go use the washroom. 2 seconds. Darut, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that? All right, I also got water, so we should be good. Oh, that's cool. I'm just immediately like looking at, okay. So you know how I'm talking about like steepness? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. What up here? Oh, hell fucking yes. Oh, hell yeah. No, this is the sauce that I'm looking for here. That's what I'm looking for. And it's not isolated, so this is accessible. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. That's not a hill, that's a fucking pillar. Oh, damn right. Damn. Oh. How about... So, chat, if I were to ask you... Mirthful? I mean, it's all sparse, but... Yeah, I should try that mirthful spot, shouldn't I? Let's just go, like, right there. The shame is that it doesn't have an aquifer. Is there anywhere in here that does? No, not really. Ah, jeez. Time to build Helm's Deep? Yeah, kinda. It's also lagging. On launch? So it goes all the way up to layer 143. And down to layer 11. Okay, I need to know. Okay. So cavern layer, cavern layer, cavern layer. And then sea level is 49. It's all, the bases are always really blocky. They're always pretty blocky looking. Down on the base layer, how much, it's white millet. I said might be inaccessible. I don't know. Blood pool. I'm just waiting for these ads to end. I mean, I want to build an arena fortress. Yeah, the first cavern layer is above sea level. It's such high elevation, that's why. Like, you're basically starting at the top of a mountain. What? I've got too many saves. Past land, there it is. It's region 39. How'd you end up as region 30? I guess I must have deleted it. It's like giant spikes coming out of the ground is kind of what I'm looking for. Because if I can get a giant spike coming out of the ground, then my options for like building really weird in-mountain constructions are much more doable. And that's what I want. Is really fun in-mountain constructions. Is it possible to get dye out of bags loaded into minecarts? I have no idea. No idea. No idea. I also would be willing to bet, because dye is not very heavy, that it would be a terrible minecart weapon. This area looks inaccessible to me at a glance. This is the other inaccessible area, which is a lot of woodland. This is heavily forested and untamed wilds as well. This is much less likely to be populated or be reachable by other populations because of that lake. There's also this area, which is haunted. Sorry, what is that called? The irritable... I saw the irritable something, and I was like, wait, what is that called? The sloppy mirror. Uh-huh. But yeah, this is the other area that's probably inaccessible, but also similar levels of absurdity. Because there's just like kind of a lot of really steep hills around, I should just go looking a little bit, see if this is echoed a lot in other regions. Like this. This is also ridiculous. Neezer, thank you very much for the 28th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Neezer keeping that subscription alive for 28 months? It's all calm. I think I like this end more. Unless we want to be down by where the dwarves are. Which means it's guaranteed, basically, that things would be accessible. But... that or we could, like, actually go out... Ooh, okay. I would like to know what this looks like. What is this? Sparse. The issue that I have is like all of the vegetation in here is sparse. Basically. Moderate, moderate. Moderate. Maybe this area up here could be doable because it's moderate. And then moderate once you're on the mountain. Because other vegetation is what I need. Right? I mean, trees are also useful. Like woodland, basically. This area. It's a shame none of this is, like, heavily forested. You know what? Why don't we try this area? This right here. Again, no aquifer. So actually, like, a river or a stream would be really useful. Let's try this. Which make a nice pink dye. I know that, I think it's beets. Okay, I like this, actually. Rip the wagon. Because look at this. This is kind of what I'm hoping for. These funky spikes. This is very similar to... Actually, this is almost identical to Creature Keepers. It's got a butt mountain. Look at that. Butt mountain. Who doesn't like a butt mountain? Everybody likes a butt mountain. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is very, like, classic, I guess, bad Dwarf Fortress level gen. If you want to call it that. And it goes down probably, yeah, to layer 11 again. Very pointy cheek, yeah. That's pretty good. Let's keep poking around a little bit. It's bizarre, kind of, how this is end up named. It's easier to find it actually in... Because, like, there's no way where it's actually sorting it in the way that I want it to be sorted, but... It's the past land is what it's called. And I know it's like you could sort it, but like I've tried, so doesn't seem to want to sort it in a way that's straightforward. Okay, that I can actually get rid of. It's like region 29, I think. There it is. So folder up, it's kind of in the middle of the screen. Like the 6th or 7th from the top. Yep. My eyes are terrible though, so it takes me a while to spot. What a cliff? Yeah, I know, right? Alphabetical by name, but also like alphabetical by name and then it gets it wrong somehow still. You almost never see no aquifer? It's just a very dry region. Although I did turn down the amount of water that would be in the caverns, so that might have something to do with it. Which actually sucks for me, but it's up out in abundance. You two are participating in the great holiday of our people, New Fort Day. But like, you know, there's plenty of aquifers around. It's just this valley, for whatever reason. What about... I just do this. It's like, what's this got? This is Temperate Savanna. It's all calm, though, which I guess that's also a bit disappointing about this, is that it's calm. It means you can transfer saves between premium and the free version, is what portable means. That's pretty nuts again. Got lots of white millet plants. If I unpause, let's see what animals appear. Peregrine falcons. Birch. I mean, plenty of variety of stuff. It's cool. It's like a dam. Kind of is. It's very sheer. We're in Total Recall. Oh, because it's called the Past Land? Yeah. It's the land from the past that has existed since the past and now into the future. They add some sort of date for the saves in the future. I just want to be able to have like a custom organization of the saves. I will say, like, the save ordering is less nuts than it was in older versions of the game, but because you couldn't actually sort them previously, but it's still not great. If you actually go into the save location and rename them, it sorts them better. I'm just never actually not lazy enough to do that. This area right here might also be accessible and seems to have aquifers, which is nice. Oopsies. Okay, so this may all be inaccessible, but thick vegetation and heavily forested. Like, let's look at this. Oh, also no metal. up that far anyway. So if I go down to, like, iron, silver, copper, zinc. Just iron is fine, even. I'm looking at this because it's heavily forested mostly. And has an aquifer. Which I know not everybody's a fan of, but I am. Ooh, hold up. All right, so this might actually be the steepest mountain I've ever seen that's accessible for, like, embarking. Moderate calm, other vegetation thick. I need to know what that looks like. That's got to be like 100 plus sea levels tall. Okay, well that looks a little silly, but so the top of the map is layer 182. Yeah, it's like 100 levels tall. It's like 110 levels tall. So somebody in YouTube chat is saying, over an hour of game and over 1 hour and no game, just map. Buddy, have you ever like played an RPG where you can create a character? That's what this is. We're in character creation. Let me take my goddamn time, please. I'm not a big fan of this bubble, but make those traders climb. Yeah. The Great Cone. Mm-hmm. How deep is it? That's a good question. Yeah, layer 11. So 49 to layer 11, which is fine because that just means I can connect the cavern layers together quickly. That's pretty good. Let's keep looking in that region. I like that there's aquifers there and that it's densely populated. That's very good. You building the base in the pyramid? Perhaps. How do you examine the world without embarking? Adventure mode? It'd be the other way. But that's way more time consuming. Only officials live in the spire? That or it's full of, like, you know, prison cells or maybe crafting or something. Maybe it's the front door with a big spiral staircase or something. Exactly, Anon 4 gets it. Start RPG, 5 hours later. I beat the character creator. I mean, that's what I did in Black Desert Online. I beat the character creator. Never actually played the game though. I bought it for like $1 or something, very cheap. So that absurd mountain was where? It was in this one? Yeah, right here. I almost don't know if I need it to be that tall, though. Like, I wonder... Because that's heavily forested with thick vegetation. That's also heavily forested with thick vegetation. It's also a temperate freshwater swamp, which is always fun. You know, like that. You know that it's an absurd map when you hear me say, you know, I don't actually know if I need it to be that tall. Like, it truly is kind of absurdistly big already, but this could be pretty cool right here. It's got iron. Because I want to mess with the new dye system, and a lot of the dyes come from vegetation, so that's why I'm looking for thick vegetation. Radiant. I don't think this is embarkable. Yeah, it's not embarkable. This would be another silly spike coming out of everything. I really want to poke around in here because of the trees down at the bottom. Like perhaps like maybe right here? Yeah, this is more of these. Also pretty good. Not as tall as the other one. Guava, cranberry, and we got raspberries, red beans, lots of different trees, all kinds of dyes. Yeah, Bacon Bacon Nation. Exactly. I think it's the last patch notes. Basically, there's like all of the colors of the rainbow are now dyeable, and I don't actually know the full number because I haven't looked at the wiki in a while, but there are hundreds of dye combinations now, and you can mix dyes and tint things. Basically, you have like a very slow, methodical color wheel available to you now. Also, we have to raise sheep, right? For their wool. Or maybe alpacas. So far, you're loving the new dye system? I'm looking forward to checking it out, right? Because I've been playing on older worlds for so long. There's also this area up here, which would be more accessible. And this area, which would be more accessible. Ooh. There's just no aquifer in here. This does have sand, though. Does this have sand? No, it's just light soil, right? Because I kind of want... Okay, actually, hold on a second. How steep is this? Oh, there's no metal. It's just heavy aquifer. Because this is a... Oh, I thought that was a major river. It's just a stream. This could be interesting. That could also be interesting. So could this. Let's try this. Heavily forested, thick vegetation. Thick vegetation. Thick vegetation is like, I think, the most important right now. Okay, so this needs a renovation, but also kind of dope. It's like the hand. It's like a giant arm, like reaching forward. Working on it, Vikerbot. Working on it. I didn't see what metals were on here. Goes down to layer 8. Goes up to, what, 140? Titty Mountain. Oh, yeah. Lots of Titty Mountain. So dense, though. There's no metals, was it? No, it's got a tiny bit of bismuth. Kind of a bummer on that. We're skydiving, cliff jumping stream? Yeah, pretty much. We're building a giant bungee jumping outpost is what we're doing. You don't often see bismuth, though. Good luck finding them, though. Yeah, these really sheer cliffs often end up not having a lot of shapes to them because I turned off eroding sheer cliffs, which is why you end up with the very butt shapes, but it gives you much steeper cliffs, which is ridiculous. Yeah, we'll find some. We'll find something. I mean, that one with the spike in it was pretty good. I just want something that feels a little bit more natural. Colors for the teams. Well, I mean, maybe for my military stuff. The thing is, it'll be very difficult to sort civilians, so it would have to be squads that take on different colors. Okay, this is all no metals. You know, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. Because what I want is I want variation in the height of these hills. So you see how like these are all different varying levels of peaks? That's what I'm looking for. Because if they're all the same level like this, that's how you end up with like very samey structure. You want like something that's a bit more got a bit more of a gradient to it. This could be cool right here. Let's try like maybe right there. Something like that. Like this, you know? Like, yeah, that base level is very flat, but we've got like a peak over here and then this awesome like split. Yeah, that's pretty rad. You know, actually, I want to settle one further down. Wait, is that... Look at that. We got Malachi, my friends. I kind of want to be one further down so I could build this like a giant fucking ramp. Because I love this right here. Perfect skydiving platform. Yeah. We can hold an annual child throwing contest. And then there's also like, you know, bloated tubers and stuff down here. So we can build like a... I can make this less of a right angle and we can like farm out this area and like use it as an above ground farming area. Big Bridge Tavern. I mean, with a viewport into the arena, right? I mean, not even a tavern, just like a big bridge entrance. I think that might be it, though. Now the question is, do I go... It's not the Misty Mountains, it's the Milky Mountains. Oh boy. So now the question is, do I make it 5x5 and get that? Or do I just go one tick size? I think I make it 5x5 because I want that little patch of trees down there. Or I could do 4x5, maybe? Yeah, there was iron on that map. Long Tom. I mean, I would have to use, like, supports to suspend it, but I could suspend stuff. So that was, like, right there, right? It was right here. It was, like, that spot. What if I do 4x5, like, out to here, maybe? Because it was those four that I had there. Whew, that stuttered for a second. Probably just doing the pathing. So where's that split? Okay, I know that's cool. That's pretty awesome. And it's also got this awesome, like, that right there. So I could, like, channel this down and just make a huge canyon. Because I want to build an arena. This could just have an arena in it. It goes all the way down to, what? Layer 8. So let's just do a quick one of these. Yeah, we got Lemonite, Malachite, and Native Silver. Oh, I see. I've got caps lock on. So I've got 1. There is also lava. 2 and 3. Very open caverns. Good chunk of space between. I think that's the keeper, friends. I think that's the keeper. So, people wanted this save file, yeah? I'm just going to quit. I'm going to start new game in existing world. I'm going to grab the files for it. Let's see if this actually works, because supposedly this only works on Windows, but... Past land, region 39. Files. That's weird. Opens up a window I've never seen before. Copy. Does work though. And I'll just go here. Copy. Paste. Compress. We'll call this the past land. 25. Just compressing it, and then I'm going to chuck it up on Discord, because that's quicker. I'll just throw it into the save sharing room, if anybody wants it. There you go. Should be up on Discord now. Anybody would like it. Gotta move my water bottle so it doesn't block my line of sight. I spoiled it with reveal? No, I didn't. If your memory is good enough that you remember exactly what layer that was on, then you have better memory than me. Correct, Long Tom. Oh, I see. You're responding to a question. Gotcha. Well, I mean, the game tells you what metals they are. I just wanted to know exactly what ore it was. And I wanted to make sure that, like, the cavern layers were functional, but that's about it. Because the game tells you, like, what metals are just, like, everywhere when you zoom in, like, the game spoils it for you. If they never added that feature, then yeah, no, I'd agree it's spoilers, but I honestly don't care all that much. All right, so let's do 4x5, and it'll be right here. But before I do that, what are my options? The Hammer of Worship, awesome. The Rainy Corridors, yep. The Figure of Connecting, it's a Strand game, chat. The Armors of Ransacking, oh, they're right next to the Hammer of Worship. I wonder if they're friends. Very large dwarven factions as well. The Strategic Boots. Hiding in the hole. Got it. The Alchemical Books. The Lush Key. Sure, I'll believe that's a faction. And the Decent Smith. Well, they were only a decent smith, so they've mostly died. However, I'm going to be settling here. I kind of want to play as the decent Smith, but maybe playing as like a dying faction is bad. I mean, the strategic boots are probably like actually the one to play as because they're pretty well appointed. The decent Smith, though, is a pretty good name. You love the name the Lush Key? Yeah, they're all dead, though. Population! Uno! It's just Logan. He's got the key, guys. How good is that Smith? Well, decent, I would think. They're pretty scattered. I mean, they did kind of settle right next to a haunted forest. Could you make a comeback as just him? Possibly, but it's like a lot of RNG at this point. Whether or not there would be enough like factionless people who could immigrate and join the faction. Who would be the outpost liaison? Yes. It's like, you know those memes of it's just like, hi, I'm the lead designer. Hi, I'm the programmer. Hi, I'm the manager. Hi, I run the community servers. Hi, I'm the, like, yeah, you know, it's just the same person. He just like spins in a circle and says, I'm the outpost liaison. I shall trade with myself now. Damien, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Check and I get a round of beers like Stone posted. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to play as a fort with some level of function. Like the Rainy Corridors is also a pretty good name, I'm not going to lie. The Hammer of Worship is also up there. I don't know, chat. Okay, hold on. Let me just actually back out, return to title menu, and look up the Lush Key. Who is this king and where is he? Because, like, if it's just the one dude... Yeah, he's probably a prisoner. Like, there was a time where I had a faction of one, and then we figured out that he was, like, imprisoned in a goblin, like, site, and we went and attacked that site and immediately killed him because he turned on us, which is funny. Who is the closest to us? The strategic boots. I'm just looking for a fun name that has population mostly. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I'm mostly just looking for a fun name. Also out of curiosity. Actually. In the early spring of 81, the Hydra, Uxu Bloat fame, the Torch of Mange, routed the spurting plagues of the Horror of Brilliance and destroyed Tower Boots. I think Tower Boots was the only fortress that faction had. They had one fort and it got destroyed by a Hydra. Okay, let's actually go to Legends this time because I fucked up. Just running on automatic now. It's very easy to get immigration in the current version of the game. There is no difficulty to it. It's just random, Piticato. If you play as a dead faction, you'll either get normal migrants and you won't notice the difference, or you'll get none, and there's no way for the player to control it. It highly depends on how many refugees are just scattered around the world. But there's plenty of dead civs, so it would be possible. I don't know if this area is accessible via caves or not, though, and I won't know until I start playing. So basically, like, we'll say there's a 50-50 chance that if I embark there as a dead faction, that nobody shows up ever after the first 2 migrant waves. Basically, settling as that faction is a very bad idea, but I will look it up. The Horror of Brilliance defeated the Letter of the Lush Key. Okay, so they were... Oh, huh. Okay, that makes sense. In the year 52, the Aqua Letter of the Lush Key breached the Underworld in Tower Boots. The Horror of Brilliance defeated the Aqua Letter, the Lush Key, and took over Tower Boots. The government was called the Spurting Plagues. As for the Spurting Plagues, it seems like a rock has eaten a lot of these random demons. And eventually a Hydra routed them out. Who lives in Tower Boots right now? As of 1:30, the Hydra still lives there? Looks like. A dwarf named Addis tried to kill it. You know, I want to try something real quick. I'm not going to play this for it, but I just want to know. If I reclaim Tower Boots, is the Hydra still there? And is it still full of demons? Those are the two things I want to know. So if I go to reclaim Tower Boots. Also, let's see. What materials are there? Iron? Sure. It's tiny. Holy shit. Let me just go here real quick. Let's go Militia Commander. I just want to know. Actually, also. Let's see. Why not reveal? I mean, I could do that, but this is more dramatic. I'll probably do a reveal all if I don't get everything. So this goes down to layer 6. Where'd you breach the underworld, though? Okay, now let's just do a reveal. Okay, so there's the Hydra. Oh. So the king is still here. But he's marked as hostile. Interesting. Also, holy shit, this is a big fort. I mean, it is a mountain home, so... Question is, where the hell did they breach? You never seen a Hydra? Let's jump to the Hydra. That's the Hydra. Who has killed many unknown creature, probably most of them being demons. And one green-yellow Banshee, Fiend of Embers. That's a Hydra. There's one artifact here on the surface, which is an iron bow. I'm just kind of curious as to where they actually breached the underworld, supposedly. Because usually there's like a location where they dug in, but would have been up here, right? But maybe not. They always have a lot of metalsmith forges in these dwarven forts. What faction did I do this as? The Rainy Corridors? Let's just quit without saving. Actually. Is there? Blinky Boy? Do reveal hell? Well, I already quit. I never knew that, actually. I don't know. We do know that the king still lives there. And he lives there with a Hydra, which means he might just die. So the question is this. Save the king. Chat really wants me to play unplayable factions, don't you? You really want that. There is no guarantee of anything, Vicar. The only answer is shrug, maybe. Boots, I think, is the word that you meant to type in, Radiant. But yeah, because chat really wants me to play the unplayable faction, you know what I could do? I could just kill him. Like, if I go back here... Yeah, it's not a recognized command. I was gonna say, like... So I can reveal in units... I don't want to bork the world. Because what I could do... Oh, hey, we settled with the right faction. Yeah, he's still considered hostile. Oh, dark pink with watermelon dye. Oh, that's interesting. Got tamed by the Hydra. You typoed reveal with 2 L's. Oh, did I? Well, I typed it in right the second time. It says map is already revealed, so I guess unreveal. There you go. Interesting. I didn't know that was a command. So then where did they dig up? They might have not, and it may have just been like a Legends thing. Just kind of what I'm thinking here. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that. Really seems that it's just Legends. Well, he's not actually hostile. He's just listed as hostile because the game doesn't know how to process it. That's mostly all it is. Game doesn't know what to do when there's just random neutral entities on the map. Anyway, we're gonna go embark as the other faction because I don't want to play as a dead faction. I actually want to be able to play this fortress, and also it doesn't really make sense for a bunch of dwarves to randomly emerge in the middle of the map from the other end of the map as that faction. That's just a little silly. Where a dwarf necromancer became king in the first 30 years, leading to fall, and either he just organized different competitions for eternity. Sounds fun. Sounds like that dwarf got the dream job. Immortality and leader of the most corrupt thing in the universe, which is sport. Hope the stream's been good. It's been chill. No complaints. Unless you're that one person in the chats who was like, it's been an hour and there's no gameplay yet. It's like, well, this is gameplay, okay? Just because you don't, just because it's not the gameplay you prefer, doesn't mean it's not gameplay. Strategic Boots are the faction we're going to play because they have 45,000 population and they're close to where I'm embarking. We are embarking right here on this crazy elevation map. It is calm, unfortunately, but it's heavily forested with a freshwater swamp and thick vegetation everywhere for maximum die ability. It'll be very diabolical, this fortress. And I'm going to settle in a 4x5 map right there. Or maybe I could go one over. Chat, left or right? This would put the big, would give us less mountain, but put that big gate kind of more centered. You mean ogres, enemy? I mean, to center the gate, I'd have to do a 5x5. I didn't want to do that, but just double check to make sure I'm part of the right faction. Strategic Boots. Yeah, fuck it. It's still way smaller than the last map. What's up, Kid Fox? How thing? All right. So, I like the idea of die. Die Mountain. Dieland. Dielands? Dielands sounds like Fabric Land offshoot, which is like a fabric store. Die plant. No. We could call it die entry. Did Fabric Land go under? I haven't lived near a Fabric Land in a very long time. I cannot name it Die Hard. I'm sorry. Could call it Die Stand. Still some left. I think the one I seem to recall the one where I used to live is still open, but I never went up that street. I haven't gone up that street in maybe like several years at this point, so. Could call it diabolical, but diabolical. It's a very good hill to die on, yes. The Moab Myth. I think is how you pronounce that. Thank you very much for the prime. Round of beers, chat. Round of beers. Anyway, what brings Kit Fox around on this fine afternoon? If there's a new patch, please tell me it doesn't need a new world, because I just generated 2, and I like this one a lot. Die Spot! It's funny. Diegate? Diegate's pretty good. Or Die Arch? Maybe? Die Arches? No ulterior motives or news, just chilling. Fair. Appreciate the chilling. Could call it Ancient Die. The problem about this all being alphabetical is I'm like, I always look at the stuff at the top. There is no river, so it'd be hard for me to make a bridge over the river. How about Summit Dye? Chat, you guys prototype this. I'll be back. Different direction, same vibe. What about color? Like, use the word color? Because dye just kind of sounds like I'm saying something else, right? Which is funny, but I could call it like Color Summit. Or... I mean, Color Mountain. Dye color? I could call it Color Dye. I like Color Chasm, actually. Color Chamber's pretty good. Color Chain's also pretty good. Yeah, Lorenz Forces. Color CM. Yeah, there you go. Color CM. Exact. I mean, Color Canyon's pretty good, actually. I mean, if we want to go classic Thorfort, Color Volt's also pretty good. Is Chroma a word? Chroma doesn't seem to be a word. Fortune Color. It's like Potion Seller. Color Stank. Is there a word for rainbow? No. I was going for Color Reach, but Color Breach is actually pretty good. Color Pit. That could be a good name for the arena. I like that'd be color chameleon. Is that where we're going with this, Mr. Spider-Man, sir? I like Color Breach, actually. I think I'm going with Color Breach. The Mountain of Dyes. Bob Ross. Like, the dwarf that we appoint as the Baron is the dwarf that looks the most like Bob Ross. Just find the dwarf with the biggest hairdo. All right. You got the job, bud. No glitter? Glitter is not dye, though. That's craft harpies. If anything, it's the opposite of dye, because it just lives forever in your carpet. Watch, like, all of these dwarves have, like, not curly hair, and it's all, like, they're all very straight cut. I'm just gonna go with the Mountain of Dyes unless I think of something better. Group symbol. How about we call the group symbol something to do with glitter? We could go, like, glitter... Glitterface, the creation of colors. Unless we just want to call the fort Glitterface. You like Glitterface? It's just kind of, it's a very dwarf fort name. Well, actually, like, what did we go for? Hold on. Let's just say... It was created by the dwarven god Mucus and his part with death. Blight. So-and-so's behemoth. It was created as part of the dwarven god Mukos and his part with death, blight, and revenge. Uh-huh. Okay, let's just go object. I can't make die. The dwarf is raising the cloth. Horror of evil. Uh-huh. How about a Hydra and a... Ooh. Snow Devil. I don't make snowmen, chat. I make a Snow Devil. And a... Towering Skink. It has 2 narrow tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly blood. And a Lilac Devil. The Hydra is being mutilated by... The dwarf is admiring the Lilac Devil. It's pretty color. I was going for something that looked colorful. Well, actually, I could throw a parrot in there. Do we just have gray parrots? How about, giant peach face? Oh, just a peach-faced lovebird. It's flying above, maybe? Eurist McBeerhammer of Clan Anvil Face. Uh-huh. It should be Anvil Face. Why Anvil Face? Making colors. So the fortress is currently named Earth Paddle? How the heck did we get Earth Paddle? That's not what I named it. I named it Color something. It was Color Black. Color Blade. Chat wants Glitterface. You guys really want Glitterface? Color Breach. Yeah, that's what we named it. I mean, I could name it Glitter Breach. I think I like Color Breach more than Glitter Breach. I could name it Actually, let's do Color Beard. Color Beard! How about Color Beard? Color Face would be bad. Now that I think about it for more than a second. But Color Beard's good. I could also name it Dye Beard. Make them pirates. We need to invent boats first, Lore Nerd. Color Beard. I haven't put the word beard in the name of a fort in a really long time, so let's go with color beard. For animals, what are my options? We've got a variety of animals. I'm thinking, let's just bring sheep. Assuming there's sheep in here. I don't see any sheep. Oh, nope, they're there. Lamb and ram. Let's also bring a young one for funsies. I'll bring some dogs. I very rarely bring dogs, but I'll bring dogs. And because chat's always sad when I never do this, I'm going to bring cats. Although, in this case, yeah, cats. I was going to say, did I bring kittens? No, I brought cats. Donkeys? Very useful animal. Rabbits for the rabbits too, but they're not cookable because rabbits don't give any meat. No, Tarn must make rabbits give like 1 unit of meat so that I don't never bring them. Oh, it's okay. We'll geld them all. Don't worry about that in regards to the cats. Kind of not too worried about anything here. What if we bring a bunch of sheep cheese? Because that'll just imply that I've been making cheese the whole way. And chat, nog is a type of instrument in this world. You've heard of eggnog, but have you heard of nogs? The great nogs. I don't need those quivers. Leather? I mean, we could bring pigs. Actually, no, I don't have the points for pigs.
Huzzah, New Fort Day.
I could bring turkeys for leather. But I was kind of just thinking dog leather. New Fort Day. Salikon, thank you very much for the 12th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. Yeah, I could bring some turkeys. Cave wheat and cheese. Your dwarves will live on macaroni and cheese. True, yeah. Flour. 2 turkey gobbler and 2 turkey hen for more leather options. I'm also just going to bring an extra pick off the bat and only 1 battle axe. Listening to the Featherwood Nog and drinking wood eggnog, nothing like it. Yeah. I agree. Sounds like a good time, if you ask me. I really wonder why cave crocodile eggs are more expensive than giant cave swallow egg. I don't think they give more units of food or anything. Also, I remember somebody saying that bringing milk is kind of a, not a hack, but like a pretty high peak strat because you get 1 barrel per unit of milk or something. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was at least 1 point. Oh, there is dyes that you can bring with. Damn, some of those are expensive. Cranberries? Where am I bringing cranberries? You like how bringing sand is quicker than bags? I like bringing, like, gypsum plaster for casts. Well, the thing is, I don't think I can bring cranberries. And I think that, and I want to say there's raspberries where we're going, so there will be pink dye. I'm not too worried about that, I guess. Why is Dwarven... I guess Dwarven Milk is 2 points? Let's not worry about that, because it's 2 points instead of 1 point. Just for extra barrels. And then maybe... let's bring extra pigtail seeds to get ahead on the dyeing. And thread. Why is thread so fucking expensive? The hell? How about I just bring leather? Let's find a cheap leather, like, I don't know. Eagle leather. Only 2 of it, because that's all I can afford. And... bring some beer. Alright, well that's kind of silly. Not something I'm thinking too hard about. Now I gotta pick what my dwarves are. Chat, these are dwarves that are going to start an arena to make monsters fight. What kind of skills would they have? I mean, obviously I need skilled dyers, right? And weavers. I need to make a dyer's guild. I'm gonna get a farming guild like immediately. It's gonna be what happens. Skilled growers, true. Correct. It's under crucial. It's planter, right? Give you mining. Can have mining and also brewing. Yeah, but the active actually... I think speeding up milling being a higher skill just makes them faster, though, no? Because I'm pretty sure dyeing is the quality of the cloth that you get out the other end, whereas milling just speeds up the dyeing process? Or the making dye process, I think? I could be completely off base there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but... YouTube chat is saying a lot of animal handling. Could just bring a miller. And thresher, maybe? Let's bring 2 millers. And, let's also bring a shearer. / milker. I'm going to make 1 dwarf and a praiser. Because I like knowing the value of stuff. Gelder for cats, that doesn't matter. Worst case scenario, they lose an eye. So we are Colorbeard. of the Mountain of Dies, of the strategic boots, and our symbol is called Glitterface Creation of Colors. And it's an image of a piece of cloth, a dwarf, a hydra, and a lilac devil, and a peach-faced lovebird. The dwarf is raising the cloth, the hydra is being mutilated by the lilac devil, and the dwarf is admiring the lilac devil. And the peach-faced lovebird is traveling. And the dwarf is greeting the peach-faced lovebird. So creation of die by combat, right? Hello, Hunter Green in YouTube chat. I'm all right. Yourself? Yes, wood is also used for dyes. I don't need to train somebody on wood cutting, though. We'll have an axe. It'll be fine. You'd say the cats would argue that it matters? I mean, what's funny is, like, if a dwarf is higher at, like, gelding is a combat skill check, Kiloko. Basically, if they fail the roll, then the creature that they're gelding has an opportunity to go for a strike against the dwarf, meaning, theoretically, a dwarf could fail a gelding roll so bad that a cat kills them. I've never seen it happen, though. Like, I did see a dwarf lose an eye once while trying to geld a bull, which is vaguely hilarious. So, like, he just got kicked by the bull and lost an eye. Oh, no, you were completely correct, Get Dagmar. But I'll be honest with you, my preferred start is to just start with 7 peasants and see what they become. So, you are very much correct. But to me, this is more theming than worrying about actually optimizing, because I don't optimize, really. That's all. If I actually cared about optimization, then certainly. So, before I click the start button, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. If you have a skull next to your name in the Twitch chat or YouTube chat, that means that you are helping keep the channel funded. I wouldn't be here without people throwing Prime subs, gift subs, bits, super chats, and buying YouTube memberships. This channel would not be sustainable in any facet of the concept. Currently, on the Twitch side of things, you only need to gift 1 subscription to get on the leaderboard, or cheer 1 bit to get onto the leaderboard. On the YouTube side of things, well, there isn't really a leaderboard, so I don't know how to beg for money there. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, and if you're watching on Twitch, thank you for tuning in today. I do greatly appreciate it. Of course, I do also have merch for sale if you type in !merch in the Twitch chat, or scroll down and click on the merch store link, either in the description of the YouTube stream or beneath the Twitch stream. Obligatory sellout moment is almost done, because the last thing I'll mention is I also have a blog where I haven't posted in 2 weeks because it's been so fucking busy. But where I write about things, and it's sort of like Patreon, where there is a way that you could throw money at me once per month or once per year, except I get 100% of the profits, unlike Patreon, except for the Stripe fees, which are pennies on the dollar. Thanks for $2, Findile. Greatly appreciate it. Also, if you happen to have a Prime sub, think about me whenever it's up. All caught up. Appreciate your chats. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Arsthakog. That's hard to say. Arsthakog. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Dakas Dura. Okay, that, you know, I like this for like 40% now more, realizing that Colorbeard like converts to Dakas Durad. That is such a good name. That's fun to say for one thing. To have a temple linked to your tavern. I don't think you can link a temple to a tavern, can you? Like, if you're actually using, like, the zone linking tool, as I don't think you can link a named location to a other named location. It would just, like, become one or the other one. But a new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place, Dakas Durad, Colorbeard. Strike the earth. It's like one of those tools that everybody overthinks, I would say. Greg and then some. So the wagon is dead. Long live the wagon. The expedition leader is Toulon. And I'm going to go do a thing real quick. And chat, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so that's enabled. And YouTube folks, come on, you guys can get us over 100 likes. There's only 86 and 170 of you. Sheesh, we can do better. Also, thank you very much to like the almost 500 people tuned in between the two channels. All right, scrolling up. This right here is where I would like to build the fort. Sure, but you can't assign a tavern to a temple or is because the question was like also a dining hall to your tavern now where you can link the temple and select the tavern. If I do that, it's just going to make a bunch of taverns and temples. But like I was under the impression that if you link a temple to a tavern that it cancels each other out. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Is there a reason to? I mean, it has the effects of both zones in the zone. I would feel like it would no longer be a tavern if you linked a temple to a tavern. And if you link two zones, like if you link a temple to a dining hall and then a tavern to a dining hall, the last one you linked it to will overwrite the first one. I got baffled. I've done that. Just make two different meeting zones and assign them to the same location. But this is why we embarked here. Right here. This thing. So the two things I need is I need to set up farming down here. And we need to figure out where we're actually going to build the fortress. The other thing I need to do is I need to go here and I need to go tutorials. You want Cog the Dwarf. Got it, Snell. Hide all the tutorials. It just selects that button. Oopsies. Jump back up. So this is my faction down here. So yeah, we are not isolated, which is what I was hoping for. So things from out here can get in, and we can get out if we needed to, which is perfect. Prefect, frankly. The primeval light of the waning... Chat, you guys can see what the name of that mysterious lair and everything is, right? They must be lovely neighbors. Also, this is so fitting. Because the name of this area is the Imprisoned Continent. We're right on the... We are in the Imprisoned Continent. But thankfully, like, we can actually escape. Whereas this is the Imprisoned Continent. What a fitting name. Sounds like a drug den. I mean, yeah. Crackworry, the lair of Crackworry and, like, the waning pusses. Crackworry, hey? They're worried about their crack supply, clearly. Let's also see what's going on here. There's Dwarven Mountain Halls. Looks like my dwarves have just reclaimed a whole bunch of these hillixes, too. Okay, so somebody named Cadwell became the holy spine of that fellowship group. Yeah, so this area, the Fortress of Equal Bronze of the Godly Book, is reclaiming a lot of my locations. Are the dwarf civs fighting? I don't know yet. I'm not seeing any enemy factions connected to our faction. I'm presuming that the only enemies would be these dark, vile fortresses, although their populations are pretty skimpy. Oh, that's because they're all right there. It's because they're all right there. So it definitely sounds like well, most crust punk bands are pretty terrible in my experience, but that's kind of intentional. There's an intentionality behind that terribleness. So I'm thinking we build in this. Just looking on the outside for minerals, there's native silver. More native silver. A lot of native silver. Bad news, chat. Bad news. We got Kias. There's malachite. We got microcline. Oh, we can make it pretty as hell for it, let me tell you. Time. Well, they're not giant Kias. I don't have to abandon the fort. So, Snail, you wanted this one? Cog? Guile Guard? Snail prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and is quick to anger. She generally is quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Emperor Iron. Welcome back, Iron. And good night, Vicar, if you're headed to bed. The anvil inside quick. Yeah, we gotta get everything inside quick. Anyway, Snail prefers to present herself modestly and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She is quick to anger, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She finds herself to be hopeful about the future and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Croson Colossus with the 4th month. Welcome back for the 4th monthery. Appreciate you, mate. Why do you need to use the melting exploit? There's already way too much metal on any map. Basically, if your question is he going to dupe stuff? The answer is probably no. Like, I had no metal on my last map, and I didn't do that. There's very few things that I'm like, nah, I don't do that, but that's one of the few. It just doesn't feel right. Croson Colossus, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gifts. Appreciate you, mate. She can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles only mildly at bad weather. She thinks that introspection is valueless and thinks that those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. She greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and views loyalty unfavorably, values family, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Likes native copper and lay pewter, as well as rock crystal and avocado wood, and the color chartreuse, and moons and large gems, and dogs for their loyalty, trolls for their terrifying features, and apple trees for their fruit, and the words of the play of couples, and the site of the Heliotrope festival, and when possible, prefers to consume sewer brew. Ew, God. And absolutely hates leeches. I'm gonna turn on my fan real quick. A little stuffy in here. Why was the dwarf named? Because Snail got the redemption to name a dwarf 8 minutes ago. Generally has a build with some muscle. Worships Yugosh Foldetan, who is the god of earth and caverns. I'll say, do I have a god of colors? Charity in general. Nobody worships the god of charity. Nobody. Nobody. Do I really blame them though? So I want to give the starting 7 a custom role. What do we think would be suiting here? Why don't we go with, like, religious roles? Hi, Chroma. And then everybody else can just be a Chroma. Maybe a Chromite. If you guys can think of something better, let me know. This is just so that we remember the starting 7. Alm Duder Frog, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I mean, this is what I've come up with, so you're gonna need to come up with something better that makes sense to me. And I don't know what you mean by name them after the primary colors. I mean, I kind of do, but that doesn't really, I don't know, suit it in my mind. I really want to just, I'm thinking dig down out here, dig down, dig down, dig down, and then just go sideways into this wall. Yeah, nah. I'm just gonna go with Chromite and iChrome. Although I'll bet you all of these dwarves' favorite band is RG and the Bees. This map looks very cool. I agree. I do, in fact, agree. Also going to go down here. And I'm going to make a pen pasture. Bit of a big one, but I think I'm going to go up to here and set this as now F2 so I can get up here quicker. Let's also dig all this out. Dig all that out. Dig all that out. We will eventually read a little bit more about the expedition leader, but that just makes me think about like Boards of Canada YouTube chat, because everybody's like Roy G BIV. It's like, well, yeah, but that's, to me, that's just a Boards of Canada song. I mean, it's a banger. Don't get me wrong. It's a good track, but most of those dwarves are pen pasturing stuff. Water is going to be a bit of a pain, though, on this map. Let's get that done. Out to here. And then wait for them to go over here on this side. It's giving you Icewind Dale flashbacks? Yeah. I mean, I want to dig this canyon down 2 or 3 layers, but I'm thinking the entryway will probably be around here, and then we'll start building in this. I'm thinking like a spiral around the edge of this. And then for the arena, we'll put it in the middle, maybe? Like, just build a big-ass circle in there. Is kind of what I'm imagining in my mind. What do you think, chat? And thanks for helping fill up those leaderboards, guys. Appreciate you. What about the caverns? I mean, we'll go down to the caverns once I'm ready to start catching beasts, because I wouldn't want to waste any. That's the goal of this fortress, is to catch forgotten beasts, YouTube chat. So I don't want them to appear on the map and then get killed. Or kill each other. So we will go down to the caverns once I have an arena built. And I feel ready to make beasts fight. Yeah, I've kind of got like an idea in my head to make something that looks aesthetically similar to what I did in Fire Orb, where I just had like this big like library thing like overlooking the tavern and this huge ball filled with demons. Oh, it all melted. Now it's snowing again. Because you got together a new PC on the same account. You know, I forget that my channel has, like, rules that pop up when you open the stream. Like, if you were to ask me what my channel's rules are, I don't actually know if I could tell you. It's been so long. Like, genuinely, it's been so long. I mean, I know that one. That one's just kind of a given, though. Won't be filled with corpses from Unknown Wars. Ah, it won't be 40 years that I'll be up here. It'll be maybe 5 years, tops. There's a Kia, overcome by terror. The whole map is just Kias. It's all Kias, chat, all the way down. You know, I was going to go further down, but I'm seeing this Lemonite and saying to myself, why don't I just dig that out? And then go here and then go priority 3. Let's go here. Here's IKEA, overcome with terror. I mean, it's either that or a car brand, right? Let's find our expedition leader. Who's this dwarf? The High Chroma. She's average in size and her hair is clean shaven. She would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. She's quick to anger, slow to trust others, does not often feel lustful, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and does not go out of her way to help others, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and has a sense of duty. She dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. You know, genuinely, I don't know how you achieve that. Personally, she believes that peace is always preferable to war and values family. You know, that's a valid reason to not send dwarves out into combat. She likes pineapple opal and the glimmer of velvet. She's a member of the fatal cult. I think that's the god of death. Let me double check. Yeah. Yeah, that there's the god of death, guys. I like this dwarf. She starts fights, she's shitty to be around. Wants to bring lasting peace to the world. Maybe that's what motivates Necromancer? It's usually just greed that motivates Necromancers. But yeah, this dwarf probably could have turned into a Necromancer with those traits. Probably could have. Although, unless I'm mistaken, armies are still getting stuck a lot, yeah? So I won't be doing much invading myself. But it would make sense that, you know, she'd want to build a stronghold that's at peace. So I think, like, this location certainly suits a dwarf like that. No survivors, no conflicts. True. True. Lasting peace through military supremacy, right? The grim reality. I think I'm just going to go down here and just make a... maybe not quite make a meeting area there yet. We're talking about hot wiring cars now? I mean, yeah, I guess. In the context of Kias. I don't think the birds were ever particularly easy to hotwire, though. Found amber opals, which are these. Okay, let's just go through this. Make a much shallower entrance. It's getting mined through. There we go. Caging Forgotten Beasts and selling them. You can't sell them, but you can cage them. The way you cage them is the Forgotten Beasts need to fall into a cage or be knocked into a cage. The Kias have stolen some rough amber opals. That's fine. Also, just to stop them from stealing my anvil, I'm just going to make a forge real quick. I can't sell them, though, because the second they... If an animal isn't tamed, the second they are put in a cage and then that cage is set to be traded, the animal is released from the cage because they're not marked as tradable, basically. So you wouldn't be able to sell them. It would just kill the caravan. I would have to own the Forgotten Beasts. What were you sweating about? Yeah, so I'm going to be avoiding besieging things until that issue gets fixed, I think. Is a pretty certain plan here. I think I have an idea. What if I, like, dig out a strip along here and then just make a big ramp down to here? So it's like a ramp up from there up into here. And I can make that ramp exposed and slowly, and you cannot lie, meow. And then I could slowly, like, basically build off of that. I really like the way this trench looks. This looks good. That recently happened to you in the commotion. The guy tried to steal an artifact. Smart guy. Oh, nice. Yeah. No, it's mostly a mechanic to stop you from selling slaves. Because that goes against Dwarven ethics. Porktacular, the Baconator. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I greatly appreciate you. Those do go a long way. I mean, individually, they're like, you know, $2.40 or whatever. But they do add up, so thank you very much. Pretty hefty percentage of my monthly income comes from Prime subs, so thanks. Like, screw Amazon and all that, but I do appreciate the funding. But yeah, plan for streams all of this week is this fort, and when I feel like a little bit of variety, we will be playing Jupiter Hell Classic around that because I really like that game. So there will probably be a run of Jupiter Hell Classic this evening. Either trying to beat a harder difficulty or trying to beat a challenge run. I might do some challenge runs, actually, because those would be fun. I like me challenge runs. So that's kind of the plan for today, is a mix of this and a Jupiter Hell Classic. Has anybody here picked up Jupiter Hell Classic out of curiosity? No, earlier someone was saying that they were getting their ass kicked by it, but... So I'm kind of thinking... we dig out to here. Like that, basically. And then we start ramping right around there. Waiting on a paycheck? Yeah, that's fair. 7,000 in car repairs. That is entirely too many monies. It's way too much money, man. My condolences. Beat it on easy with the 3 classes. There you go. Any dwarf, call me Ank. I don't know, pick one. Fudgesite? Is that how you say your name? Thank you very much for tuning in today in the YouTube chat. Hello. It's good to see you. You have so little time at the moment with nearly a 2-year-old. Yeah, no, I get you. I fully get you. I just wanted to mention it because there's a room on my Discord server, which is just like, it's a games forum for just talking about stuff. But I have... Why are you all the way up here? Wookie. I have a... Actually, I think I know why. I have a room on my Discord server for people to share their mortem files, which is basically when you win or die somewhere, you can share your score. So if people want to take part in that, that'd be cool to see it grow a little bit. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for gifting a 5-pack. Appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. Cheers. Round of beers for that. Shadow Absorber as well, with the 22 months and the tier 3. That's almost a hype train. Just need, well, we got 30 seconds for one more resub. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Is very curious and eager. Well, he's very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is slow to anger, and he enjoys the company of others. He doesn't seek out excitement and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Shadow, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Gig Driver, thanks for the Prime sub, and Death by Rats with the 4 months. That's a hype train. Cheers, chat room. Hey, YouTube folks, hit the party button if you can. If you can find it in the UI, that's very complicated. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he is slow to trust others. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shit weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values nature and respects the development of a skill. Values romance and does not care about fairness. Likes olivine and aluminum and black diamond, as well as dog leather, giant anole tooth, and breastplates and cabinets and scepters and catapult parts, and the sight of the Shadow of Rock. I also like Shadow of Rock, and personally prefers to consume slug and parry, and absolutely hates moon snails. What? Been playing DF for a month and you learned most of the systems, but how do you follow the story of stuff that makes it fun? Follow how dwarven personalities progress is probably the easiest one. If you watch my video, 10 years following one dwarf, that'll probably give you a pretty good idea. It's not so much about following the story and learning how to use the game's mechanics to contort the game into the story that you want to try and pull off, if that makes any sense. A lot of it is your own imagination, right? You remember the denomination of Wealths, which worships the god of wealth and trade, I think? It's either that or gems. I need to make a meeting zone so this dwarf doesn't stand at the edge of the map, though. So I will do that real quick. And I will actually just make this into a Dyer's Guild, is what I'm thinking. And we'll just say anybody can visit that. So yes, slugs specifically, not snails. Snails are too much. They're too shelly. You need to get away from that shell. Shell really ruins the texture, you know? The dying zone? It's Dieland, you know? Let's see, where is the storm? Yeah, now you're coming back. That's what we needed. You ever meet a leech man? I've seen them. No, I've never met one personally. No. I used to know a guy named James who was very much a leech, and I don't hang out with him anymore. I think the leech men and the tick men are some of the most terrifying looking sprites in the game, though. Me and my friend Kevin, whenever we hang out, to this day, even though neither of us have seen James in like the better part of 10 years at this point, we still talk smack about him every time we hang out, which maybe I'm a bad person. I don't know. He was kind of a dick. Sounds like your ex? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Unfortunately, people often have that effect on each other after they cease having some sort of relationship. How did we manage to stop? Oh, I see, because there was gems in the way. I getcha. Kodiak, thanks for the 46th month. Appreciate you. That is a hype train currently. It needs 4 more subscriptions to level up. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I just have to say thank you, chat, for helping that hype train start in the first place. I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to go to Labors, and I'm going to go to Engravers, and say that only these dwarves will do that. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack, and DS, thanks also for the 5-pack. And that levels the train up, keeping it alive. Appreciate you guys. So they'll smooth this. Although, let's actually dig through this as well. Apparently. Somebody did.
F1N Dale cheered. X200. Somebody say hype train?
Certainly. But seriously, thank you so much. I'm thinking just like a giant spiral, actually, going through this. With different rooms speared off of it. Kia stole more rough amber opals, which is fine. There's now eagles and ravens on the map. Lots of birds. So now we're a level 5 hype train, which needs 5 more subscriptions or $23 in bits to level up once again. And also, Findal, thank you very much for the $2. and letting me have the coolest job in the world, which I wouldn't get to do if people didn't keep it funded. Because I don't do sponsored segments, so you guys don't have to suffer through corporate sponsorship. But it does mean that I have to, you know, be a little bit louder about asking for subs and such. So thanks. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go build a stoneworker shop down here. And I'm going to make a manager who is going to be... Let's just go with... Let's go with Ankh. You can be my manager. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bookkeeper. Broker? Let's just make a manager, and I'm also going to make 2 farmer shops. Finian, thank you very much for that 5-pack. Leveling up the train once more. It now needs 15 subscriptions or $72 in bits. Unemployed Shaku, thanks for the $1. $71 in bits.
Comment goes here.
Thanks a ton. Seriously, chat. I'm going to smooth up to here because that's going to get dug out. This up here can get dug down. This up here can get channeled down. This over here can get channeled down. And then we're going to start digging out from up there once all this is done. Devilon, thanks for checking a sub at Enemy. Appreciate you, man. Kodiak, thanks for the 5-pack. Thank you so much. You guys have probably cleared the daily minimum at this point, so. I was gonna say, what are you doing? Oh, you're smoothing walls. And Amber Dragon, thanks for checking out a sub as well. It now needs 8 to level up. That is a lot of beers, Hepta. Oopsies. Should probably select the game and unpause it. We'll dig up to here. And Joshua Fleshman, I like the name. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Cheers. Synth, thanks for the 32 months. Welcome back, mate. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much, chat.
Hype Crypt Beer.
At the end of the day, just know that I don't take any of this for granted. I kind of feel like I'm a little bit anti-hype in some ways. I'm very mellow when stuff like this happens, usually. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of a... If that makes any sense. I've still got it. I guess. I hope. I think this whole layer is going to get dug out.
Smiley face.
So what I'm thinking is I do like basically up to the edge here. And just kind of go around the edge. Maybe to like right about here and then veer around. And then that'll be the way this fort can be built. Just like this big old circle that slowly gets smaller. Kind of deal? Something like this, you know?
Happy New Fort Day. How's the smoke in the air over where you are?
How's the smoke? It hasn't been too bad, but it's also been raining. So if there is going to be smoke, we haven't really been hit by it because the rain has been cutting it up. Wow, you are too kind. Zortus, thank you very much for the 5-pack. And Lecter, thank you very much for that Prime for an 8th month. And Sage, thanks for the 18 months. You can support the dream. For whatever it's worth, that base level of subscription, Joshua, which is pretty cheap, is more money than I would make in ad revenue from somebody watching the channel for a month. Just kind of how I priced it. So what do you guys think? Like, basically go this way, and then this way, and then like this way, 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 and then like a central stair going up and a central stair going down. I realize that's a very rough sketch, but we'll basically be living in the hallways initially. I can round this up very easily. And let's do this. And then these will be filled in probably with more proper walls. This is way more planning than I usually do as well. Which means it's going to be the one time the game crashes. Means maybe I should save. I don't know. Probably means I should save after I do all this. Like the If from WoW. I'm not familiar. I never played WoW. I watched a lot of content about WoW during its heyday because everybody that I watched on YouTube streamed it, or not streamed it, but like made videos of it at the time. But I've never played WoW. So I'm not too familiar with what that is. Is drawing while the game is paused and then just letting things slowly play out, I guess. I mean, that is a large part of it, right? It's like a creativity sandbox at the end of the day. Let's just get rid of these because that was a very basic pitch. My miners have their work cut out for them, I guess. They're going to be busy, that's for sure. And I'll try and get other tasks running around the edge of this. I think maybe right around here. Hype Train currently has 6%. It needs about 19 subscriptions or $93 in bits, which means, chat, I guarantee we've hit the daily minimum. So if you want to level up the Hype Train, that is purely up to you. For me, I'm good for the day, so thanks. That's all I can say. And then this will be the center. Although, actually, I kind of want to widen this a little bit, so let's actually, like, shrink down this hallway a little bit. Just a bit. Which is going to mean this is going to take forever to actually get anything in and out of it, but eh. And then this here can get like a bit of a rounding placed on it. Looks like a kind of puzzled snake, especially if I do this. The Great Cinnamon Roll. Yeah, exactly.
Narvicus cheered. X100.
Thanks for the $1. Narvicus, as the Lady Robot says. I'm just going to do this so I don't lose it. Diabolical Fortress for Dwarf that is an anti... Big fans of NASCAR up in here is what I'm saying. Also, ambi-turner, not anti-turner. Chat room, thank you for that very, very, very large hype train. It's very kind. I'm thinking at the back here I go up and also down. Maybe up to like right there. Well, they're going to be at that one for a little while. Well, these dwarves down here smooth things. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to priority 3, and then as they finish up layers of this, I will be channeling this down. For down here, I'm just going to do this manually. We're just going to make cheese until we run out of barrels. And you're just going to start making blocks out of whatever. Just so that we have other tasks. And for the dwarf making cheese, the wall has holes? What? Excuse me? Oh, you're not wrong. I thought I went through and cleared all those. I saw a bunch of them, but... Nobody's perfect. Got him. I mean, they're going to be replaced with walls at some point anyway. We're in an ad break. Kind of timed that poorly. We'll just let them get to work on this. Let's run slowly. Can't let the dwarves have any shortcuts. Oh, trust me, this is going to be a great, like, cardio city. Because they're going to have to run so many tiles to get in or out of this place. Like, my God. You stare into the spiral and you see the moment of your own death. Well, that's a little grim.
Cheese for everyone!
Okay, so I think we've cleared all the holes, at least all that I've seen, so. No, I mean, I would have noticed that and fixed it eventually. It's totally fine that they're pointing out the hole in the wall. There's points where, like, that fun is, like, interesting, and then I don't think that would be particularly interesting. That's just like, oh, shit, and then I'll fix it in 20 minutes instead of doing it right now. So there's no harm in pointing that out. No harm, no foul, IMO. So let's also go all the way to the end of this. And go priority 3. All the way along this. And this. Oopsies. Wrong tiles. Let's do this. There you go. And then do this. And this. And this. And this. And that. And that. And that. Thank you, Hilmar. Likes the style of this. I don't know what a corruption spiral is, so I will simply smile and nod and say, yeah, I don't know, probably. Oh, probably, you know. What does it look like? Does it look like a corruption spiral? I was gonna say it's the color spiral, but because we're color beard. This one dwarf kid has 10 crowns. If you were talking about money, then I would have to say that kid's rich, but I'm also just going to make a food stockpile right here. Just for all food. So that cheese doesn't rot. Crown collector? Yeah, no, I mean, it's like action figures, right? We're also going to have to do some pretty cool things with minerals, I think, and make cool colors on this. Because, you know, we do have microcline, we do have a good number of colors. You've not had time to encrust them with gems? Yeah, that's a shame. That is, in fact, a shame. What's on the map at the moment? Chinchillas! Well, that's adorable. And a wombat. I'm also going to shear animal on this one. Let's just pause making rock blocks for a little bit so you can go put food up here. We've got a whole bunch of cheese and stuff that's got to get put away. So now I've got 2 dwarves that are hauling stuff. Putting sweet pot bags and whatnot. All the way up here. Nina, what do you want? Someone who's tailoring. Well, that's kind of the whole fort, but which one would you like? Nobody really is tailoring yet, because we need to get the fort to be somewhat constructed first. Hello, Rocky Williams in YouTube chat. Mebzith. Mebizith. Mina Mebzith is very trusting and isn't given to flights of fancy, and is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this as she values friendship. She generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She likes a little excitement now and then, and enjoys the company of others. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She occasionally overindulges and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Great. She is quiet. She talks very quietly when she's angry and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. And is hauling food and such. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. And values peace over war and does not really value skills related to fighting. That is the whole point of this fort. Yes. Transplanter Sage. Correct. She likes bauxite and sterling silver and pyrope and picks and bucklers, crowns, and catapult parts, and blind cave bears for their drooping ears, and the words of Gilmar of the Gilmar of velvet and the sound of the flowery lutes, and when possible, prefers to consume. Sorry, I missed that. In the sight of the earth and aquamarine, and when possible, prefers to consume giant great horned owl, anchovy, and 2-humped camel cheese, and quinoa beer, and date palm flour, stalks, and absolutely hates moon snails. She's thin and scrawny and has a deeply recessed round chin. Welcome to the fort. Also need 1 woodcutter, which I do have, who's Mina, actually. I'm going to go down to here and just do this. That's not the button I wanted. This is the button I wanted. It's probably just a cultural thing. This whole faction probably hates moon snails. Moon snails are an evil biome thing, yeah? Pretty sure they are. Yeah, it's going to take probably a stream or two to get this fort going. How much further they made it? They're making some decent-ish progress. Decent-ish. We're also finding quite a lot of limonite, which means I'm going to have to fill in a lot of limonite, probably. Which means we're going to have lots of iron, which would be nice. Lots of steel, too, actually. Let's just go down here and get this going along here. Get that going along here. And get that going along there. And go here and erase all that, because that was an oopsie anyway. Oh, are they? Oh, they're just sea snails. Okay, that would be why I don't know where they're located then. Cinnamon roll entrance. Yeah! You know, it's funny. I was thinking like a snake coiled up Pioneer in YouTube chat, but everybody's like, it's a cinnamon bun, so... Yeah! Welcome to the Colorbeard Bakery, home of all of the murder and fancy colored clothing that you could possibly ask for. Mostly murder. Let's spin some thread as well. Can I have some murder? I'm not a cop. I'm not a cop. Meanwhile, our expedition leader here, Toulon, is spinning some thread. Nearest in the Gnome Blight Black Factory. I don't think that this is not a good mountain or anything, so I don't think we'll be seeing much in the way of Gnome Blight. What's this? Oh, interesting. There's one alchemical books location there. We're down here primarily, right? The Armors of Ransacking. Has anybody tested if messengers can leave and return safely? Or if that's just... Or, is that specific to armies? Or does the same thing happen with messengers? Because if the same thing isn't happening with messengers, I might try and trade with a bunch of people. Vile dust turning a merchant into a zombie, and that's a bit too much for you. Oh gosh, that's a terrifying situation. And that's like one of your first embarks, yeah? I mean, remember how earlier I said just make sure that you avoid evil locations? That's kind of why. That's why you want to avoid evil locations. But yeah. I remember once I started on a terrifying biome, and it had, like, these dust clouds that would periodically appear at the edges of the map, so, like, I decided to play it safe and not, like, build at the edge of the map, so I built in the middle of the map. And the way I defended the map from the zombies is whenever the zombies just got too much, I would just, like, pump lava onto the map and just burn everything. It worked pretty effectively, I gotta admit. I might actually go to furnaces real quick and just make a wood furnace. And also then go to smelter, and let's just get some iron picks made. Because I could just say charcoal, 10. Smelt, limonite, 10. Make pig iron. Make steel. I don't need steel picks. It's just like just a waste of steps. Except I'll have to make like 30 charcoal. 40 charcoal. Let's also go beds. Just make 10 of those and I'll throw down a carpenter shop. as a reminder, you just need a manager if you have less than 20 dwarves. You don't need an office for them. So this dwarf doesn't actually have an office, but they're still acting as a manager and completing all of those tasks for me, which is very helpful, honestly. Also, thanks YouTube folks for bumping us up above that 100 likes. It means a lot. Partly terrifying? Ah, right. So like half the map's terrifying kind of deal? It's like reverse lab quarantine. Instead of burning the lab, you burn everything else. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Making sheep wool yarn. It's going to take a little while for anything to get done here, but it's okay. Actually, don't need this many trees felled. I didn't realize how dense those were. Mina, go get a drink. Yeah, that's about as mean as the map can get, potentially. One could say, potentially, you are tempting fate. Let's just throw a couple wood logs right there. And it seems that we have cleared all of the shearable critters, and we have cleared all of the cheese, which is good. So now we're just putting the last of this away. Usually I find that difficult embarks kind of require a lot of quitting without saving, or alternatively just playing very slowly and cautiously. It's a lot of just being very careful. Okay, so we're making beds, smelting a bunch of ore, and making a bunch of charcoal. I mean, I find usually the hunter dwarves do that, T-Basins. They seize the mean of ammunition. They seize the majority of the ammunition anyway, and then you realize that they have all your steel bolts assigned, and you're like, God damn it! I have to unassign all these steel bolts. Storing item in stockpile, probably. This fort's going to be slow to get going because I'm starting so far away from the wagon. I really look forward to the day that Tarn lets us pick where the wagon goes at the start. Because that's something he's talked about a number of times, is wanting to let us place the wagon somewhere specific. They also never use archery, and it wasn't a problem before. That's good. They shouldn't use archery. Because dwarves can't make bows. So, like, to give you an idea, up until the Steam version, they couldn't use bows at all. So that's actually a good thing if they're not using bows again. People are just silly and don't realize that dwarves can't make bows or arrows, so you run out of arrows really quickly, and then you're just SOL. My main problem is military claiming glass vials for as their water skins. Why is that a problem? They're, like, glass is infinite. Just gonna make a dormitory in here. Because they will go for whatever the highest value item is. T-Basins. So if the highest value item is a glass vial, then they'll go for the glass vial. And they'll fill it with whatever liquid you permit. Because like in the military screen, you can tell them whether or not they take water, alcohol, bee poison. Well, you didn't assign bow and crossbows specifically to that squad then if they're still using bows. So like if your dwarves are assigned to use bow and crossbows and you've assigned the uniform to those dwarves, they will use bow and crossbows and not the bows that you have that they're using. I realize that probably doesn't make much sense. I'm trying to make it make sense. It makes sense in my brain. They shouldn't do that, I guess. So I would presume that something isn't fully assigned properly there. Yeah, I was going to say, are partial matches allowed? And also, or alternatively, did you actually assign those bows correctly? Or crossbows correctly, not bows. Good evening, Mind. How's things? You see a goblin horde approaching, and you take a sip of your crystal glass vial of bee honey? Damn right. More like honeybee mead. Because I feel like a lot of people make a uniform and then like don't realize that they didn't assign it to the squad. You just embarked on top of a zombie dragon? Intentionally? Or unintentionally? You just got a third kid? Really? Was it on sale? Also, congrats. Hey, chat, can we get a round of congrats for Mind? And Mind's partner? It was just a cave? Well, I mean, you had it coming. If you settle on top of a random cave with no idea what's in it, and you get murdered by a zombie dragon, well, that's on you. Shouldn't have settled on that cave. Joshua also says congrats in the YouTube chat. So we should, quote unquote, get a migrant wave today. $20 days travel. So probably if we're going to get migrant waves, it'll be around the 25th or 26th of the month, maybe even month 2, depending on where they're coming from. They have to walk around a lot of mountains. All right, so then the last thing I want to do is steel pick. Let's just say 4. And let's also do steel short sword 2. Steel toothpick, damn right. Well, steel toothpick for like a dragon. Dog is fighting with a Wolverine. Sorry, but Wolverines are terrifying in real life. So I pity any dwarf that encounters a Wolverine in real life. I think we've also made enough beds. Let them finish this one and then call it. That's a lot of sheep wool yarn, let me tell you. That's a lot of sheep wool yarn. That's awfully specific. Well, that's where I generated the world to, is the year 300. Any relation to a movie is just that coincidence. Okay, well, we've made a steel pick now, so I can assign another miner. And unassign you from fishing. Gord, hello, how are you? It's good to see you. Very fresh fort, yes. New fort, new world. It's my first time where I'm going to be able to mess around with all of the really new stuff. Dwarves are drunk and thirsted for more. What, in the year 8084? What happened in the year 8084? Why so specific? Yep, that's what we're trying to do, which is why this fort's called Colorbeard. And I also want to build a big arena and make the dwarves fight, or maybe not make the dwarves fight, make monsters fight each other. So I'm building a big spiral because I don't know, I think it looks cool. No particular reason outside of that, because I think it would look cool. And also, there's this big ass archway here, and so I'm gonna build a bridge between these because it'll look cool. There's a lot of play on words you can do with dyeing stuff. Everybody's saying cinnamon roll, but that's the first Swiss roll. That is the first Swiss roll. Can I make a dyer's shop? I should have this stuff. Let's just go here. Which is under clothing, right? Yes, dyer. It's a dire situation, let me tell you. Yes, I use DF hack. Why do you care? I realize I'm kind of sarcastic with that, but why does it matter if I'm using DF hack or not? Name your two mountains, Zalaga and Crystal Bits, if you've already got a whirlpool theme on one side. I'm not fully following what that theme would entail. With glass windows? There's no sand on this map, so I'm not sure how I would get glass. Famous Greek myth. This might be one of those things where, like, I would know what you're talking about if somebody said it out loud, but reading the words, nope, not so much. I'm not a big Greek history buff at all, or Rome for that matter. Kind of... A mythical whirlpool of Odysseus and almost fell into... That I've heard of. And Jason? You mean the guy from Heavy Rain? All right, let's... I could make ash bark dye, birch bark dye, oak bark dye, peach bark dye. Ooh, I like the peach color. I like plum bark as well. Watermelon's also pretty good. Let's just go with peach bark dye. Would that be amber? Kind of looked like it was amber. Maybe it'll tell me once it's made. Also, some migrants have arrived, more hands to help put shit away, which is lovely. Looks like we've got a husband and an extra lover. She's got a side beard, you know what I'm saying? Old Olden. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a lady. I'm not judging. She's a legendary bower. She's also a master comedian. She's very funny. And she knows the cracked lover. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. She knows the poem The Cracked Lover and is very funny. What is The Cracked Lover, I do wonder? It's a poem authored by Tekid, because of course. It's an example of the sparkle of skirts naturally, has no particular subject, bullshit, and is passable. It's a poetic riddle concerning current events, originating in the whimsical immortality. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems. Yeah-huh. How about your, it's a legendary surgeon and wound dresser? What the hell, man? You also, hold on. Who's your other lover? Olin. This guy also has another lover, Cog. Wait, hold on. Did you author that poem? Page Crew? Yeah. This dwarf authored this poem. And so she wrote that poem. And what about you? Do you know this poem? Her husband doesn't know this poem. I mean, his name is Knowing Roof, so maybe he's a bit more of a groof than a roof. So she's a citizen of the Strategic Boots. And a member of the Mountain of Dice. I mean, hey, I mean, she's very funny. Like, we know this already. She's a novice poet, actually. Talented musician. Legendary Boyer. I want to give this dwarf a nickname, because that's too funny. The lover isn't here. The lover's name is White, which means the lover's not going to migrate here. I mean, I could just name her Swinger. Madame Bovary. I understood that reference. Can you grab this, you want to be the poet's husband, Sage? Sure. How about the... a sweaty poet. That's what I came up with. If you guys can think of something better, then I'll go with it. Meanwhile, Sage wants this. Sage is deeply uncomfortable by those different in culture or appearance, cracks easily under pressure, and is quite ambitious, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and seems to be easily manipulated. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He lives a fast-paced life, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. And he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and isn't given to flights of fancy. He likes a little excitement now and then, dreams of raising a family, and personally sees power over others as something to strive for. Values romance, and sees those that develop the skills of weapons and fighting distasteful. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And, I'm actually going to give both of these picks if... Am I making many more? 2 more, yes. So let's take... Pick. Perfect. Well, what else can we got? Likes bismuth, iron, and star sapphire, donkey hoof, and chameleon bone, as well as a giant tortoise shell, the color ivory, helms, and barrels, and figurines, and giant sparrows for their dust baths, and the sound of the iron of mines, and when possible prefers to consume elk, fisherberries, and when possible prefers to consume elk, fisherberries, and blueberry wine, and hates blood gnats. And of course has a wife and a lover. And is a legendary surgeon. I think this guy should just be my chief medical dwarf. And I'll just make him into my surgeon whenever I make a hospital. She could be she'd probably be a pretty good, like, sheriff or captain of the guard. Oh, this game's all about slow learning. You had a couple dwarves in a fort and it said that they had 2 lovers, but they were only dating each other. When you used DF Hacks, a Ferris tool to investigate, they had the same name listed twice. After I deleted some of the entries, almost immediately got married. Oh, that's adorable. Often I find that this can sometimes mean that the entity is dead, but the game doesn't tell you. I just kind of let the game do its thing, usually. So what was that? Just the 2 migrants? Seems to be just the 2 migrants. Interesting. Peach bark dye bag is what? It's kind of crazy to me that that's the way they do it, but okay. How many dye plants are on this map? I haven't harvested them all yet, so I don't know. We've only chopped down trees. But currently I'm making some steel and getting ahead of a few things, making some steel picks, etc. So we can mine through all this stuff faster. You looked into it once, but you forgot? Huh, sounds like something to talk to Putnam about. Because that's probably something Putnam could work on. Or remedy, even. They met again later in life as different people. That is kind of whack. Sometimes there are anomalies in Dwarf Fortress's world gen, and it is kind of mind-bending when it happens. It's like, huh? How does that work? All right, well, we're up to 9 dwarves now, which is good. Look at that. I've now got pigtail thread that has been dyed amber. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to go to labor and I'm going to go to work orders. And I'm going to say, use only dyed cloth, use any cloth. Automatically weave dyed thread, yeah. And then use only dyed cloth is what I'm going to try and do. And then I can plop down a loom. And then when that gets made, ideally, they'll start weaving this stuff. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying earlier, Squirrely, is that this is going to be a really good cardio fort. Can you get a synopsis? We have 2 funky lovers that showed up, this dwarf and his wife. They both have an additional lover, and this lady is a legendary dwarf who wrote a poem called The Cracked Lover. And both her and her husband have an additional lover alongside of their current marriage. So that's kind of the thing that happened, which I think is really funny. Does it mean much? No, but I think it's really funny. So I named her the Sweaty Poet, because I also thought that would be funny. Yeah. But nobody has bedrooms yet, so Sweaty Poet will be sweaty indeed. Weave thread into cloth, dyed only. So now we have peach bark dye. Cool. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. And occasionally, well, maybe not occasionally, I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to queue up a bunch of this. There are too many tasks, and these dwarves are probably going to be depressed. But that's okay, because we're digging out a big spiral, and that's going to take time. I mean, dwarves have been able to have poly relationships for quite some time. It was around the same time Tarn added divorce, which is also really funny. Tarn added divorce and the ability for dwarves to have multiple lovers simultaneously and not be bothered by it. Because before if somebody had multiple lovers, it was a bug and it would just cause relationships to break and they would just never get married. What's the idea behind the spiral? It looks cool. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest with you. Michaelo, however you say your name in YouTube chat. It looks nifty. That is the only thought I've put into it. How much charcoal do I have left? Not much. So we'll just let them make the last of that charcoal, and the last of the pig iron, and the last of the steel, and tasks will get simpler. Look at this fancy sheep's wool cloth we got here. Nice and nice. Oh, that one dwarf is digging the spiral is amazing. Well, I did make it like a priority 1 so that they get to the center because I'm going to put a stockpile in the middle there. So it's kind of a necessity thing, really. So that I can start like actually building this out and they'll just slowly dig out the rest of it. And we can start putting bedrooms in, etc. Yeah, honestly, it's always a little bit not tough, but like silly because I often get questions like, you know, what's the thought process behind this? And it looks cool is 99% the reason, or I thought it would look cool is the other reason. So I might actually make this a bigger central room. I might like cut out most of this. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, I don't know. Fashion Fortress is like, maybe actually just like up to here. Like cut out this wall. Make the center room a little bigger. So do like this maybe. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way. Then I could put a gate like right here or something. We can put a tavern at the center and just force them into the middle. Yeah, we're just making all this amber thread. Just made out of peach wood. Most of the dwarves are currently sleeping. Some of them are gathering plants, though. Got pear leaves, bloated tubers, lots of raspberries. I like how many more new sprites there are now. Alfalfa's delicious. So we're also going to need to make brewskis pretty soon, sees? Easy to flood if needed to. Yes and no, because there isn't really a easy water source on this map. I mean, there is an aquifer, but I have no idea where it is. So that might be easier said than done, in reality. I wonder why that top pigtail thread there isn't getting woven. Amber is the color of your future cloak. I should make 9 amber cloaks, shouldn't I? I mean, it's just peach wood, so whenever you see peach trees, and then after you finish saying, peach trees, in the Judge Dredd voice, you can then make Amber dye. Yeah. I personally would like to help Amber live because I feel kind of bad making Amber die, but... And this dwarf is carrying limestone to make bars, of course. As one does. I feel like I can just... Let's just work on the limestone. Let's not worry so much about making these bars because I've got all the stuff that I wanted to make. What's the idea for the fort? A lot of dying puns, Vador. This is a fortress where I'm going to make Forgotten Beasts fight, so I want to build a big arena, and we're going to make a lot of dies, because there's new die the new die system has been added since I last played. Dylan Artho, thank you very much for the raid. That was a stream. What were you up to today? We started a new fort today. I'm going to play a chunk more of this, and then we're going to play some... Jupiter Hell Classic, I think. Probably another hour and a half of this, give or take. Maybe 2. And then I'm going to do a run of Jupiter Hell Classic. Probably some challenge stuff. So I would like to start plucking away at those various angel runs for the funs of it. You know, all things considered, they're making pretty good progress getting all these walls knocked out. I will say, though, let's pause this. Just help mine there, dwarf. You right here, yeah. Well, after you're done attending this meeting. Had a small overflow lava problem finishing your 120Z level pump stack. Oh, gosh. Errors in pump stacks are often brutal. And you're over here making peach bark dye. I'm going to be like forbidding peach logs from being burned in a minute. Couple of dwarves died, but I mean that your defense mechanism needs a slight redesign. Naturally, I mean, if your defense mechanism is burning itself down, it probably needs a slight redesign. That isn't too surprising, in my opinion. This goes all the way up to here. I'm thinking maybe 2 levels down. Actually, how far down do I need to go before I hit microcline? Little chert. I don't want to go that far down. This is where the malachite is. If I go up. Yeah. Let's go 2 down. Thinking bedrooms around here. And the way I'm imagining bedrooms is like bigger rooms, maybe in sets like this sort of thing. And then I could adjust them slightly, you know, make very large bedrooms. We got tons of space. And then basically like build a circle, like dig out big hallways around them. So we could do 4 and then like... That's a bit big, even for me. Could do 3 here. Could do like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I can just slowly go around and connect them all together. So I could do like maybe 1 and 2 here. So I could do like doorway, 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 doorway. Could do a doorway here. Doorway there. Could also do a doorway there. Doorway there. Doorway here. Doorway here. And like the idea would be I'll slowly expand out on this wider network of bedrooms and like fill all these empty closed spaces in slowly. How you doing, Wasp? What do I enjoy the most and least about making new forts? It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's part of the game, right? And I happen to like this game quite a bit, so there isn't really anything I don't enjoy about making new forts. So that's kind of a hard question to answer. I don't know. Chat, what do you enjoy the most and least about starting new forts? I think maybe the thing that I enjoy the least is like analysis paralysis and like trying to figure out exactly what to build, like how to start building. But it's not that I don't enjoy that. It's just, it's the hard part, I guess. I do technically enjoy it. There really isn't a part of making a new fort that I don't like, so I don't know, I guess. Except for maybe chat wanting me to do very silly things. That's a bit annoying, but I don't know if I would say I dislike that. That's just kind of par for the course of the job here. It is, in fact, the one and only unemployed Shaku. How do Blind do? Blind do okay. Blind went camping this weekend, was very high up. I went to 2,408 meters above sea level. I did that in one day, walked from about 1,100 meters above sea level to that, which was very nice. It's the first time I've been up there in 15 years. And there was a lot of gravel up there. Best part of new forts, chat. Worst part of new forts, also chat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything that I don't like about new forts, so it's kind of an odd question to answer, I guess. I mean, we were at the cloud line. Yeah, I think, probably prioritize things quite a bit differently than a lot of people. In regards to worrying about that. You would have edited more videos, but instead I got high. Yeah, no, I would have done more work, but then I got high. Ya da 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 da. You do that, D-Basins? I mean, hey. New forts are a little too slow. You can turn the frame rate up, though. Honestly, I like just playing this game. It doesn't really matter the age of the fortress. I like making new forts because a lot of people tune in that don't normally tune in. So chat's busier, which is really nice. The thing that I don't like about let's just die thread. The thing that I don't like about new forts is trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Can I not dye yarn? But they died one. One unused collected dyeable thread. I'm very confused by this. Dorifio, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription? Wouldn't yarn be a thread? That's what I'm trying to do, yeah. But they did dye one. So... What's up, Rylas? It's not marked for weaving. Because there would be a little arrow beside it. Right? And it can't be marked for a hospital because I haven't made a hospital. I don't know. Bizarre. Weird. I'm telling them to dye thread, but I guess yarn isn't considered a thread, so instead we have to do cloth. Or we'll just try that. Intention Ashley, thank you very much for the 2nd month, and Lyle the Bard, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Sounds like the beginning of a new hobby. Allies. The time of the forts, the value of the fort, and the awareness of the enemies of your fort, Fritz. Also nice Clippy. Because Clippy just wants to help. You didn't know needles could break by threading them? I've never managed to do that in my life, but... yeah, I guess there's first time for everything. As I slowly start chucking space in those bedrooms for to become bedrooms in some way. We're making peach dye. We're spinning thread. Hold on a second. Automatically weave all thread. There's definitely something weird going on here. Because ain't that thread? Dyed or not dyed? What am I missing here? Because originally I was only doing dyed thread. They must be marked. Let's just see what happens if I bring in one more. Let's stick it to automatically weave dyed thread. When you create this and we make one more. So when this number goes down to 5, I'll try making some more yarn. There's got to be something weird going on here. Yeah, no. Bizarre. Can I name my... Why Poobert? Who's Poobert? Don't have a broker yet. And all of my, like, possible I mean, you can pick a dwarf and name them that, but if when I need one, I will be giving it probably to Sweaty Poet. So no, respectfully. We just don't have enough dwarves right now, and I want somebody with some skills. So if you'd like to name somebody that, you can, but like, miraculously survived right through to the end. Well, congratulations to Poobert and their heroic campaign, but can we give it to somebody else, please? What happened to the one with the towers? It ended? A long time ago is what happened. Like a month ago? 2 months ago? I don't know. Go watch the ending on the YouTube channel. I think we dug too deep in that one, if it's the one that I'm thinking of. And demons took over the fort. I mean, Zul'Ban's available if you want a beard. Toulon's available. Minkot's available. Lorbam's available. Zul'Ban. Poobert. Bridge Seeds is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He lives at a high energy kinetic pace and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and he enjoys the company of others. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tends to be swayed by emotions of others. He's brave in the face of imminent danger. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Doesn't matter. And doesn't really feel strongly about the law. Well, that also doesn't matter. He likes lignite and rose gold. Oh shit, he might be in an ad. I should pause. That's not what it says. It says needs one unused collected dyeable thread, which implies that the yarn isn't dyeable. So I shouldn't need more bags or buckets because we have a bucket and we have plenty of dye. The issue is they can't dye the thread. Yarn isn't dyeable? Then how did I end up with this sheep's wool? I guess they must have dyed it once it became cloth, right? That's weird that yarn thread isn't dyeable. So just automatically weave all thread then. Where'd Poobert go? Generally does not really value skills related to fighting and does not feel strongly about the law. Likes lignite and rose gold and brown jasper and crystal glass. Banded knifefish bone. Bolts, catapult parts, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, in the words of the glimmer of velvet. And the sound of the flowery lute, some impossible for first to consume. Sparrow and cavefish and blood amaranth beer. And absolutely hates flies. So I guess we'll just weave yarn into cloth and then dye it. Although, like that's what's bizarre, is needs one unused collected yarn thread. Like it's claiming that I have no yarn. Yet, I do. Very strange. You guess I'll die? I mean, I wish they would. That would be very useful if they would die. Also, this shouldn't get any dye in it. Okay, well now you're doing it. Let's see if you can dye cloth. Yeah, okay, so they can dye it. They just can't dye the thread. That's bizarre. Okay. It'll be the dye arena? Mm-hmm. Is it looking for an item ID which is no longer used? I mean, if you didn't get the joke yet, then I'm sorry. You're just slow to the bad humor. Shaku. That's weird. Does the yarn need to be in a stockpile? I mean, it's possible. Also, the irony here is they just dyed pigtail cloth, not yarn. I guess I'm just confused by the fact that it's like, well, they're probably out. Where are you going? Just kind of like glancing at food nervously. Yeah, see, they keep grabbing the pigtail cloth. It's like, okay, but that's great, but I mean, if I have to just do this with pigtail cloth, I will, but and then I need to make doors and... Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the strategic boots is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts, dwarves, which we are trying to figure out why they're not working. And what differences between a prosperous future and a slow... take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Goddess Tot, thanks for the 32nd month. Welcome back, mate. Shit. I guess I should make a trade depot. I was paying attention to what time of the year it was. Yes. For sure. Mm-hmm. You want to see the caravan go around the spiral? Okay. Oopsies. Why do I keep hitting R? Let's go do more useful tasks, dwarves. Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't need to be in a stockpile. It's not using the stockpile. And some more migrants have arrived. Ooh, shit. A competent mate. These are the skills that you normally see for, like, militia dwarves. Competent mace dwarf, eh? He's generally responds to emotional appeals. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Do you have any kills history? No, you do not. Let's call it the walls of color. The walls of color. There we go. Got an animal trainer who's legendary. You're a competent diagnoser. We're also married. A lot of these dwarves are married. You've got a huge goddamn family, too. Pretty cool, actually. I like this world so far. This dwarf is also a competent mace dwarf. Huh. You've killed 5 blind cave ogres and a goblin? You've got a silver battle axe? And a wife and 2 lovers? What is this world? And you're a Marks dwarf? Who's killed 5 goblins? You're a competent swords dwarf as well. And also you have many, many lovers. Well, get in the military, I guess. Yeah, no kidding. This child is 17. I wonder how she feels about her mom and dad. She's got a pretty big family, too. Who's the diplomat? That's the next question. Has a spouse and child. Isn't related to anybody here, though. The High Chroma, Toulon, meets with the Outpost Liaison Maful. Yes, I am the liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I'm going to request... Chat, what should I request? Yak leather? Why yak specifically? A lot of these dyes I can already make, but... Why don't we ask for coke? Let's ask for coke, so I can use trees for things other than coal. They want splints and blocks. Well, that's easy to do. More people entering the map? Nope, just the 17. All of these floor pieces are getting done, which is nice. Let's go down here. Just get blocks going again now that I have some extra hands around. Pepsi's better. I would say they're both bad. Lore nerd. But that's just my humble opinion. And then up here, let's also do rock door. Let's just do 20. And then also beds. Let's make 10. I mean, I find that most soda isn't carbonated enough, personally, Blazin', but to each their own. I mean, I prefer just like straight soda water than sweetened carbonated stuff. Like, I'm quite actually a big fan of like just Perrier, but or like fizzy water just on its own, which I know some people find like directly repulsive. So. Yeah, we could specify metal flasks. I haven't thought too much about metal armor yet.
Yeet.
We're still just dyeing pigtail cloth. Which is the weirdest part about this, man. So what I really need to do now actually is just make a clothing shop and just start making bags, because I'm going to need 1 trillion bags for this to actually ever go anywhere properly. They give you hiccups, but you still drink them. That happens with me with boiled eggs if I eat them too quickly. How you doing, Hobo? Specifically, shake out and decarbonate your soda? Really? Oh. You know, in some ways, Hobo, we have a lot in common. In other ways, we are not at all alike. How much cloth do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost need to make a manager's office for my manager. Must be prioritized for dying? It wouldn't... Well, okay, so if like they were doing it first, that would be something else. But they're not doing it first, they're just not dying it. Which doesn't explain how I ended up with 1 dyed piece of sheep's wool. Because I do have 1. Don't know how that happened, but... High master comedian, expert negotiator, conversationalist, judge of intent, persuader, proficient appraiser is what I want. I don't think so. You can select color. For that, how about dye? And then that's cloth specifically. It doesn't say yarn, right? Because otherwise it's yarn. Weave yarn into cloth is a job, obviously, but... Yeah, no, it doesn't let me specify between, like... Yeah, no, I don't have that as an option. Maybe they're necromancers, so they won't die. Hardy, hardy, hardy. So yeah, I don't know. I am at a loss, to be honest. I am at a loss. We'd just be boring when we hang out. That's true. Better we're too stoned to disagree on anything whenever we hang out. Try locking the pigtail. Oh, here's the thing. I ran out of pigtail cloth earlier, enemy. And it's not that, like, it locked it. It's that it was like, oh, no, there's nothing that you can dye. So, like, here, if I go here and then say dye cloth, it just cancels it. Like, this is what I was running into earlier. It doesn't claim that it's dyeable. If I say dye thread, it claims that it's not dyeable, which is bizarre because somehow I managed to dye one. Which is, like, where is it? Oh, it's disappeared now. They must have crafted it into something. But I did manage to get one dyed sheep's wool cloth. So I don't know what I've done here. Under standing orders. Oh, I have a theory. I'm saying only use dyed cloth. Do you think that that counts for dyeing? Hold on, let's try it now. You never use that setting? Well, that's the only way to, like, make them only make stuff out of dyed cloth, right? I don't know. I'm just not going to worry about it for a minute because I need to deconstruct all these anyway. Let's just get rid of a lot of these workshops and worry about getting everything indoors. Let's focus on that because that actually is what I should be doing right now, is getting everything inside. So let's just deconstruct everything and worry about it once we're inside. What's the issue? I don't fucking know. Chat, you explained it. I've been talking about it for the last 10 minutes. If chat can explain it coherently, then they can explain it. Otherwise, I don't know. Good question. If I knew, I would explain it. Right now, it doesn't really matter. That's a significantly higher value increase than I thought. Oh, it's all forbidden. Duh. No. George? I'm just gonna try and make colors plural. Here come the traders right there. Smeared out into a spiral. All right, now that I'm over the salt, what's the issue is, for some reason, they're refusing to make any dyed fabric using yarn. They claim that yarn thread isn't dyeable and yarn cloth isn't dyeable. And I have automatically weave all thread and use any cloth enabled. My theory is that I set it to only use dyed thread, but I'm starting to think that they don't consider yarn to be cloth or thread. Yet somehow I managed to dye one once, so I don't know. I'm just completely... blah? Confused as to why it's not working. So I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Correct, Radiant. Positively diabolical. I think maybe, probably what I will do is just slowly start digging this whole sucker out. For maximum materials. Because I'm going to need a lot of materials to build a big bridge. Before we know what we're doing, I'm going to have legendary miners. And then I'm thinking maybe right about here will be where we build that thingy, which is going to go all the way over to here. Just going to mark those. Yeah, I've figured that like certain dyes only use part of the dye bag, whereas other dyes use all of the dye bag. Like you get multiple uses out of certain types of dye. It's kind of neat, actually. I'm just messing around with a system with not enough dwarves right now, so I'll mess around with it more once we have more dwarves. Well, once I have a area built that I'm going to be doing construction in. Mixing gives us 2 for 2. Good to know. So where's my broker then? Coming in to trade? You're supposed to trade. Why you leave? Because I turned it off, apparently. So many bags of dye. Well, we better get good at making bags. It sounds like there's... Oh, well, also didn't get trading done in time. It sounds like there's some additional things that need to be ironed out with it. And you know what? That's okay. Such is the way of thing. This is really what we need, honestly, is just more workshops everywhere. All right, so now I'm just going to go into here, throw beds in. Gonna go over here and just go kerplunk and kerplunk. Something's fighting somewhere on the map. That's a dog and a wolverine, as per usual. Any unnamed bearded miners? No. Actually, I don't think there's any unnamed bearded dwarves except for this woodcutter. Tosid. Yeah, probably. That or just make a bunch of cloth for a bit and then just make like 400 bags. I might do that, actually. Dwarf Fortress is already fully Linux native, Ricky, and it's not coming to Mac. I'm playing it on Linux native right now. Give me the woodcutter? Okay. Zachris is married to Stodir, who's my broker, and they've got one child named Reg, who's 17. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to think before acting. He's quick to form negative views about things. He is assertive, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to be swayed by emotions of others and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And occasionally overindulges and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. When he's trying to remember something, he often starts chewing on his lips and winks when he's nervous. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. He always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress has been running on Linux natively, Ricky Williams in YouTube chat, since about 8 months after it released on Steam. And the Mac version has been permanently delayed. So... needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally views loyalty unfavorably and does not care about fairness. Likes claystone and rose gold and turquoise as well as lychee wood and battle axes and gauntlets and quivers and sheep for their wool and the sound of the fabulous euphoria when possible prefers consume giant sperm whale and date wine. And hates slugs. He's a former member of the Beautiful Steel. Oh, that's a good name. And is a member of the Faith of Fate. Welcome to the fort. We're also in an ad break, so I will pause. Best I can do. That, Chris. Also, are these running? I don't think they are. In regards to that's a lot of digging. We're getting through it. I mean, there isn't much left. Now it's just a matter of getting these bedrooms made up properly into bedrooms. I mean, we've got a few more blocks that we got to place. And there's some bedrooms that can be created already, like this one. Let's give this one to the high chroma. Then I got 40 seconds to wait. Got flux on this map? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not something I prioritize, but yeah, it tends to be in similar locations to iron. We got limestone at the very least. Perhaps we got more than that. And also, seriously, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in today. And we've absolutely obliterated the daily minimum with that hype train, so thanks, chat. And also for all those, what are they called? Prime subs. Those words that I remember sometimes. Also got this one getting built. Although I'm not going to worry too much about saving this flux stone right now. So I don't currently have a huge... Well, I currently have a lot of it, and I don't currently have a huge need for it. So we're just going to be making it into bricks along with everything else. Also, it's a nice color, so that helps. I can't wait until we can turn all of that malachite into bricks, though. Something I would like to do. Making rock doors. Okay, the other thing that we're going to do is rock blocks. And let's just say 500. Let's also just go in here and paint these in manually. Let's get those two into a bedroom. Get you two into a bedroom. Get a bed in there and a bed in... Oh, we're out of beds. That should be enough though, right? If you're wondering why I do these manually, it's not that I need to. It's just if I assign them manually, then I know exactly how many more beds I need to make. And I like to know how many more beds I need to make. Or how many more rooms I still need until everybody's dealt with for the time being. Otherwise, you could just let them claim them slowly. This is an interesting faction. Getting a lot of dwarves with, like, military skills. Just migrating here, which you don't see very often. You have to click your own username to find out the follow information, because I don't think it's particularly important. You've been following since October 30th, 2024. And if you want watch time, type in ! tickets. That'll give you the number of hours that you've watched the stream for. Why isn't Flux high priority for me? Because whenever there's Flux, there's a bajillions of it. Like, also it's super easy to import. It would be a high priority if it was hard to come by. But if it's on the map, then it's there. It's okay, me too. Radiant Psych. I've only been here for 12 years. Very much new at this. There we go. All the dwarves have bedrooms, which will help a little bit. And they're gonna slowly mine this sucker out. Fairly slowly. Although, what's the priority on this? 4? Let's crank all this up to priority 1. Just thought they do this sooner. I could have done 3, but eh. A completely pointless chat mini game for betting for gambling, bragging rights about having the most imaginary points that don't have any value. That's what it is. Elith. It's something that's just been around in this chat for a really long time, so I've kept it. That's all, really. There is a chinchilla there. I need a drawbridge. What is this? That's Chert. How is that a constant hassle, you asking questions in chat? Without them just going to town. Well, they'll encrust every item that they start encrusting with one of each type of gem. So limit the stockpiles that are connected to the gem cutter's shop for certain types of items and certain types of gems. I kind of want to make an iron bridge. What do you think, chat? Too gaudy? I got lots of iron, so... I kind of want to make some lemonite blocks, actually. Make some lemonite tables. And up here is where I want to put my tavern. I mean, forbidding items will often be the solution for things, but it's never going to be the quickest of the solutions. I like how this is a good bedroom. It's just like a room. I mean, I agree with that dwarf that it's a room. I don't know if I agree with that dwarf that it's a good bedroom. But it is in fact a room. Iron Bridge for the win. Glad to agree. Akia has stolen a steel short sword. So it's war then, isn't it? All right, let's just go up here and just make an everything stockpile, except no stone or logs or food. These dwarves are going to be busy for a while. Like a while. Like a long time. Look out, he's got a sword. Is that where we're going with this? You know what I could do to speed this process up, chat? And I'm going to do it. I'm just going to let them skip the the spiral for a bit, at least until that everything's been hauled inside. Because otherwise this is going to take 10,000 years, and you know what? Ain't nobody got time for that. There we go. This will speed up the process for a bit. And then I'm also going to go to a mechanic shop. Just make that. Just make 3 mechanisms. Probably just make them out of limestone even. Because it's close by. And then I can make a lever to close this. So we have a safety spot. And I'm also going to make a food stockpile up here. We'll just say for everything. And then just nuke this. And now we wait. I've got 140 more. That's plenty of time to get hours in. I mean, you got a lot of catching up to do though. I'm getting close to 20,000 hours, which is kind of crazy. Don't they say that like if you do something for 10,000 hours, you're an expert? I guess that means I'm an expert at whatever this is. Although that's only been tracking since 2015, so I'm sure it's like there's plenty of holes in the accuracy of that. I'm 2 experts. Really? Oh my god, 2 experts in a trench coat. Or, more accurately, 2 experts in a band shirt? If you do it for 20k, does that maybe that means I can teach it? Although that's 20,000 hours of streaming, by the way. I was actually looking through some Twitch stats, tracking stuff recently, and found out that according to that, I have streamed Dwarf Fortress for 11,000 hours? So, yeah, no, I do. I'm here a lot, turns out. And that bot tracking number thingy for the tickets has existed for, well, since 2015. So 10 years now. Which is crazy, because like I feel like I streamed a lot of RimWorld as well, but apparently I only streamed RimWorld for like about 3,000 hours. So, you know, it's been a little bit. It's been a bit. I mean, in comparison, that's like a fraction, right? Not saying that that's not a lot of time. It's a lot of time. But like it feels like it's longer, I guess. This is going to be one hell of an epic fort when it's finally done-ish. There's also gems, rough sardonyxes. So the question is, where is dirt? I realize that's a silly question, but where is dirt? Because I need to get some pigtail seeds planted. This is also something I need to do at some point. Let's mine out all that malachite. Oh my god. Dirt's gonna be so far down. It's gonna be sulfur down. Okay. Layer 49 is where dirt. Is where the dirt liveth. I also at some point... fuck it. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to dump buckets of water somewhere. Oops, that's automine. Don't want that. Actually, why don't I do this? We'll just dump buckets of water down into there. Let's just do limestone. All right. I just realized I've made this way harder on myself than I needed to. It's okay, though. I'll just build a drawbridge. Once all this is done. Shouts to that dwarf who's climbing up here. You'd have sadly and reluctantly refunded if not for my content. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that's actively done a disservice by the leniency of the Steam refund window. Like, Steam refunds are a good thing. Like, it's a good service. It's good that Steam does that. However, Dwarf Fortress is a game that requires a lot more time than the standard refund window. Like, I really wish that the developer of a video game could, like, change the amount of time you can put into a game to decide that you want a refund. Because, like, I spent 2 hours before I even got into game today, you know? I really wish Dwarf Fortress had like a 10-hour refund window or something. Because otherwise, like, you know, I think it's kind of like you're kind of doing yourself in the game a disservice if you don't give it more than a 2-hour shot. All right, we desperately need brewing. And they're stealing my cloth now. Excellent. Let's just make drinks from plants. $30 or so mark of of my content, I finally helped. Well, I'm glad that you made it through. I'm Trying to think. What was the last game I refunded? Chat, what was the last game you refunded? I did learn a game was going on sale the next day relatively recently, so I refunded it and then bought it the next day. I did that with Tokyo Extreme Racer. But like... I may also have to wait until summer before I can actually do this. You refunded Deus Ex Mankind Divided? Really? Like recently? You refunded Web Fishing? That game is really busted. Or was anyway, I don't know if it still is. Raft the game, blatant copy of Raft, and you couldn't refund it. Why couldn't you refund it? Did they just like deny your request? Because I don't think I've ever had that happen. I accidentally bought a DLC for a game that I wasn't intending to buy, so I refunded that and bought the right DLC. Grand Ages Rome? I've never even heard of that. You refunded Witcher 3 since your laptop came around? Yeah, that's fair. Hello, Potato! How are you? You've never refunded a game? Someone bought you a... Wait. How do you refund a game someone bought for you? Majestic. Like, if somebody bought you Escape from Tarkov, how do you go about refunding that for yourself? How are games unrefundable? Like, I don't think I've ever encountered that on Steam before. This was a few years ago? Oh, okay, fair enough. Huh. I don't think I ever really even contemplated that as an option, is like refunding a game that somebody, like, getting somebody to refund a game that they gifted to me. Never even, like, crossed my mind as something that you would or could do. This I'm going to make into farming, but first I've got a drawbridge that needs to go bye-bye. Trying to also get these dwarves inside a little bit more so that they get happier. Was Warcraft 3 back in 2004 or 5 whenever it came out? Wait, really? Was it one of those that didn't run situations? It happens on your birthday or Christmas when they all spam you, buy stuff. Yeah. I think people have learned not to give me video games for holidays because I probably already have all the ones I want, which is actually very accurate. And if I don't have it, I probably don't want it. So Majestic says that it was gifted to them and they denied it. Huh. I mean, I also wouldn't want to play Escape from Tarkov. I just didn't realize that you could deny gifted copies of Escape from Tarkov. Back in my day, gifted plants on Steam were permanently added to your account and you couldn't deny it. That was when true chaos ensued. Just going to throw a loom over there so they can start working on that again. Let's just throw one singular pit pond here. And so a dwarf should try and fill it once they have some free time. Because it turns out these dwarves very busy at the moment. Yeah, no, I have a copy of Bad Rats on my Steam account, and at this point, I think it's kind of a badge of honor. As awful as that game was and is. I didn't pay for it, but I have it. I don't use any mods generally, Super Fragger, so this is vanilla. But if I do, or when I do, I do have a list, yes. But currently I'm not using any. So the only game that you ever bought and then refunded? Yeah, that's fair. Now the question is... Yeah, we do in fact have buckets. Beardless one. I mean, that's all I got, so who do you want? How's the fort going today? Chat, how do you think the new fort's going? I think it's going pretty good. A bit ambitious for a start, but sometimes you got to do that. Someone cool. I mean, it's pretty cold outside, so I think all these dwarves are pretty cool. How about you take the High Chroma? This is the expedition leader. Elf Poles wants to fight. Nice. Would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, is quick to anger and is slow to trust others, and does not often seem lustful. She doesn't tend to go out of her way to help others, and she often acts with compassion. She tends to make a small mess with her own possession, and she likes a little excitement now and then, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She currently is more rude and more fearless. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world and personally believes that peace is preferable to war, and values family and doesn't feel strongly about laws. She likes magnetite and pineapple opal, as well as bucklers and turkeys for their gobble, and whale sharks for their gentle nature. And the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sound of the flowery lutes, and when possible, prefers to consume mongoose and potato wine, and absolutely hates oysters. And is a member of the Fatal Cult, and is currently hauling a barrel. She isn't married to anybody and is single. She hates war, likes fights. Naturally. Distractible and angry, yes. Very much so. Who you calling a gobble? Quit gobbling at me. It's rude. Sorry, wrong one. Definitely. I mean, obviously the gobbling was the correct one, but at the same time. How dare you gobble at me? That's rude. What do you think you are? Some kind of turkey? I know you are, but what am I? About to get hit by ads. I will pause the game when the ads start. Currently, I'm just waiting on this. Construction nearly done. Link lever. Thunk. Also going to go over to cats. I'm going to geld all of the kittens. Except for one. Just to slow down the cat self-replication rate. So the dwarf linking this. Hey chat, pop quiz. What's the goal or theme for this fort? If you type an exclamation point goal, it'll tell you strippers. That's the That's the secret. We are trying to mess around with the die system and see what it can and cannot do. And I want to catch Forgotten Beasts and make them fight because I haven't really seen many Forgotten Beasts with the new sprites yet. So I'm building a very big, ambitious fort, and I'm going to build a big, ambitious arena, and I want to watch the Forgotten Beasts fight. Basically, we're going to make them play hockey. I really wish you could make cloth floor and make, like, rugs or something, but no, you can't, unfortunately. Thanks, Blue Sexorcist. I mean, if you want the commands, you gotta come over to the premium Twitch chat, Pep. You know, no one's gonna judge you for double dipping. People all the time chat in the Twitch chat and watch the YouTube stream. No one's gonna judge you there. But Twitch chat has less bots, believe it or not. I will be right back. I'm in an ad break, and I would like my sandwich. So I'm gonna go get my sandwich. I will be back. I didn't eat a sandwich at all last week of streams, so I'm gonna go get me. I will be right back.
Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Bark, 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 bark. Hey, I returned with me sandwich. Where'd that sound come from? People who give me too much money.
Nuclear vessels.
That's where it came from. No! No! I can't say I've ever had a crab stick, imitation or not. Good lord. You know, I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a macro. Devilish. Imitation crab is what they make imitation crab out of. Duh. I can't remember the name of the fish, but it's a fish that is very easily flavored, I think. Pollock, that was it. Thanks for getting my... You know what they make imitation magma crab out of, though? Granite.
You suck.
What? Why the hate? All right. Just get rid of these. So they'll finish all of the current tasks and then go back to digging and putting stuff away. Because I've got too much shit that still needs to be put away. Kind of like the color of conglomerate blocks. Like, they're not the most vibrant color in the game, but they've got a nice look to them. Let's also just free up some space up there by placing those blocks. It's very much a whole load of Pollux. That's actually a really good pun. A+ on that one. We made garam cakes that way using bass. Worked great in pho. I'm not familiar with garam cakes, but something tells me that there's no cake batter in those cakes. Seafood really isn't my strong suit outside of like just the basic fish. Like, I know my way around a slab of salmon, but when it comes to things like shellfish and whatnot, or like making crab cakes, beyond me. And, you know, honestly, Jesus, I'm happy that you found happiness surrounded by your family of bots. I'm sure they patiently listen to your sermons, too. I can't believe that that I just got, like, a legendary weaponsmith, like, right out the bat. That part's kind of crazy to me. Like a stronger Worcestershire sauce, and the cakes are just lightly fried. Neat. But yeah, chat, the plan for today is we've started this fortress, and we're going to keep it going a little bit longer. Oh, that does pop up. We're going to keep it going a little bit longer. And then I would like to do a run, maybe 2, depending on how long they take, of Jupiter Hell Classic. I want to try beating some of those missions, or what are they called? Challenges. Because I want to play more of that game. Which will also stretch out the early game of this fort a little longer, so that I can get the video of the last fort done. Which is something I need to do. So hopefully you plan to stick around once we jump games. Is that a southern thing? I don't know, I'm about as far west as you can be. Actually, I am almost as far west as you can be while still being in Canada. In fact, I moved further west recently. Looks like we've got most of the stuff up and in here now, which is good. So I can start redistributing stuff. I'm just presuming that all this water is, like, frozen, right? Yeah. So I need to wait until spring. Just need to wait until spring. So I've got all winter, basically, to reorganize things. Although I am going to make a craft shop. Just go here and go rock mug and rock pot. Shen! Holy shit! Thank you very much for that massive raid. What up? Welcome, raiders. For those of you who don't know Shen, Shen plays a variety of management games, and this is Dwarf Fortress. We started a brand new fort today. That's very kind of you, Shen. Like 2 times in a month. Thank you. We don't get a lot of raids around these parts, so it's always an honor when it does happen. But our plan for today is we're going to play a little bit more of this brand new fort, and then I'm going to be jumping over to Jupiter Hell Classic, which is a game that I would like to play more of. So I'm going to go shoot Satan with a shotgun. Just, you know, as one does. But then we'll be picking this fort back up tomorrow. There's some terrified, not tamed chinchillas in this fort too, which was kind of funny. But what were you guys up today, Shen friends? What were you playing? What was on the docket for the entertainment of the day? If I can ask. Of course. So are we still running through constantly? Seems like I can start sealing stuff off. Let's dig those gems out, though. And also dig through that, and then I will replace all of that with blocks. We'll move the entrance up that way. Also, Wash Your Sister Sauce is funny because I didn't even like clock that that's what was written in chat, not Worcestershire. Does somebody's sister need a shower or something? You know, honestly, that the person's sister must just go to anime conventions, which honestly, that's fair. Or they play too much Smash Brothers. One of the two, clearly. I wonder if the pathing keeps getting blocked by these new wall pieces being built. Oh, there you are. Boop. So now they've got quite a bit further to get out through the spiral. You like the ring design? Yeah, it's just going to be very time consuming for the dwarves to get in and out, but like, you know, it's fine. It'll hopefully be very easy to defend in the future. Hopefully. I don't actually know for sure, but hopefully. All right, well, I need more drink. So the other thing I got to do is this. Go get more drink. So let's go get more plant so that we can go get more drink. Hello, Daniel. Daniel. How's things? The next thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to make a rock table and rock throne. Let's make them both out of conglomerate. I'll do 15 of each. We're going to make us a tavern / dining hall. Problem is I don't know where I'm going to put it. I was thinking maybe down here. Like just Kind of like an in here sort of thing. And then we could do like an entryway up here. We're not going to get any agitated wildlife. This is a calm map. Otherwise, potentially yes, but no, that won't be happening. I was looking for an Untamed Wilds map, but it's just going to be a long walkway, most likely. Jesus. The outermost ones maybe fortify, but no, it's just going to be a long walkway. Although you'd need to harvest a lot more plants than this to really agitate the wilds. I was gonna throw bridges in slowly, you know? So I could do like a lockdown thing where like the walls are sealed type deal. I don't know. We'll see. It's 5x5, Paco, in YouTube chat. That's how big the map is. Which actually feels really small, because the last map I did was 7x7. But it's just really tall. Like, this mountain that we're on goes up over 100 levels, and it goes up to layer 135. So it's like 100 Z levels of just open space. Almost. It goes up, and then it slowly trundles downward. But it takes a really long time. Cuglorf. So basically, like, there's like a hidden meter that fills up. I think DFHack can expose that if you enable it. But there's just like this hidden meter that slowly fills up, and then, you know, you have to deal with the critters. Please go mine or don't. I guess you just really want to socialize. Which, honestly, fair. There's a dying demonstration. The great demonstration of dying. We must demonstrate all of the die. You know, I probably don't actually need all this. I should really just make a gather zone. So much radish and walnut. Of course I did. I always do. LDM, if you want this embark, there's a link in the DF save sharing room on my Discord. It's called Dwarf Fortress Save Sharing. Or DF save sharing. It's called The Pastland. But yeah, I basically, there's slightly more volcanoes than normal. Slightly drier than normal. More erosion, but allowing for harsh cliffs, primarily. Also much more open caverns. We get agitated giant Kias? Yeah. No, then this place being calm, meaning, yeah, there won't be any agitated wildlife. To late winter now? Also, I did once, there's a YouTube short of me somewhere telling Arthur where I was saying that if I ever get agitated giant Kias, I'm just going to retire the fort. It is a joke, but like, there's some truth to it. But it is primarily a joke. However, whenever I read people write those words, agitated giant Kias, I'll be honest, I get a little terrified. Yeah, we're gonna build a giant, you know, what's the word? Bungee jumping dwarf course. I think what I actually need to do is just start throwing limestone into here. I'm also going to go here, leave engravers at just they do that, and then make that non-specific. Will they be able to use it? No, it just gets unexisted from the world, and theoretically will show up in their nest if you can find it. But usually it just gets unexisted from the world because most of them aren't assigned a nest. They would have to claim a location, which is pretty rare. It'd be very funny if that were the case, though. Whereas, like, giant crabs can equip swords. What Moreb said is correct. They are, in fact, harmless. Emphasis on the armless. They do have feet, though. So the time of year that it is right now, it's baby seagulls, like, everywhere. I watched a baby seagull, like, walk into traffic 4 times yesterday. Like, walk into traffic, get honked at, kind of go, oh god, and then, like, walk away briskly, and then back into traffic. It's kind of amazing. Because baby seagulls are kind of giant. Like, yeah, they're juveniles, but they're, like, almost full-size seagulls. It's so funny. And apparently there's a warehouse up the street from me that had a seagull nest on it, and there's been, like, juvenile seagulls falling off of it. Like, they can't fly, so they just keep falling off the top of this giant building, which is, like... You would eat a seagull? I'm sure they taste fine. Like, I'm sure somebody's eaten a seagull before and talked about it. I have no idea what seagull would taste like. I'd imagine it to be like seafoody, but that's just because it's called a seagull. I want to eat seagull jerky. Giant ceratops can grab and hold swords. A lot of things can grab and hold things, yeah. Like, what are they called? Bronze colossi can equip items, which is really funny because often they end up equipping like a sock that they like pulled off of a dwarf as they were beating them to death, and then they're just like their strength is like nullified because they just whips things with a sock, which doesn't really do much. I do kind of love that quirk. In rural present I live on has several hundred deer and no predators except for cars. Well, that's sort of like where I live too. I mean, there's deer fucking everywhere, but like nothing that eats them really. And so there's certain, like whenever you see like a vegetable garden, they're just like surrounded with like basically a chicken coop. And you're like, oh, is that to keep thieves out? It's like, no, it's to keep the deer out because they'll just eat everything. Yeah, see, that doesn't happen because the speed limits are pretty low here. I haven't seen anything dead on the side of the road, actually, since moving here. But there are... I'm sure it happens, but... not that I've heard of, really. People who've tried describe gull meat as very tough, fishy, and gamey, since their diet consists mostly of fish and garbage. Yeah? It's not considered pleasant eating. You know, that checks out. But, like, you know, if you're desperate... I mean, like, what are they mostly eating here in Canada? It's like Tim Hortons and, like, trash. So Tim Hortons. Yeah, that would kind of result in very gamey meat, I would imagine. Just hop in front of cars here, so they're like squirrels? Oh, speaking of photos, I can't believe that I've made it. How many hours have I been streaming? 6.5 hours today without showing you guys this video. I have been called a Disney princess before, and I would like to inform you all that that is still the case. That's Chipmunk. He saw the, like, literally you just pull out like a, just pull out a trail mix bag and you shake it, and like 10 of them appear out of nowhere. They're like, food? They're like cats. They know what the trail mix sounds like, and they see person with trail mix bag, and they just come running. It was kind of funny, like, when I didn't get it on film because I started taking photos, but when I ran out of trail mix and he ate it all, he just kind of jumped into my hand and then started spinning around and sat there like, come on, where's the rest of it? You want a squirrel? It's a chipmunk. It's either Chip or Dale. Take your pick. Yeah, and then he got kind of indignant with me. He's like, Where are the rest? Why no more? Are there a lot of them? Yep. Up at Manning Park there are. But apparently they're very territorial. So they each have like a 10-meter square plot of land to themselves. And they will fight each other to like stop them from like taking over those areas. So they're supposedly like... it's pretty hard for them to like overrun a space. So they're like not the worst rodent to have around because they are territorial and will beat each other up. Which the concept of two squirrels fighting is magical in my mind. But... sorry, 2 chipmunks fighting, not squirrels. You had one jump on your shoulder 2 weeks ago? I also fed a bunch of whiskey jacks while out camping. Stuffed with nuts. Yeah, no, you just need to grab them by the gut and then just like stick them in the campfire and then you have a dwarven snack. No, absolutely. LDM. I'll bet you those aren't gamey because they consist mostly of a diet of berries and trail mix. I'm choking on my own sweat. Not sweat, spit. It's fairly unpleasant. All right. I think... Please, body, stop trying to kill me. Be nice if you would do that. This will be my dining hall. Spring has arrived. Nobody's trying to fill pond just yet. A brewer named Rompy. I don't have a brewer. I have a miller. Rhymes with brewer. I could also... make a dwarf brew beer, and whoever brew beer first... Nope, that's a named dwarf. I can't do that, Rompy, but you can pick one from the list and name them that. Like we got Kib the Doctor. Dr. Romper? Dr. Rompy? He's making a limestone pot that's like halfway to brewing. Yep, that's how you build an army of chipmunks that will do your bidding. Mostly eat all of your snacks, Sir Lord. Doctor works for you? Rompy McStompy, the dwarfy, is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. I hate this dwarf. He lives a fast-paced life and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. And he's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and has a greedy streak. He does not easily develop hate or negative feelings. I don't sing to them? I don't sing to anybody, really. Although if I did, I would mostly be probably about sub to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL or become a YouTube member. If I could write a song about that, that would probably be very wise. He Because imagine how many squirrels you could get. He personally sees introspection as important and values peace over war, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and does not particularly value the truth. Also, I tried to get a photo of it, but I was unsuccessful. I saw one of these guys. He screamed at me, maybe like a meter away from me or something. They're these tiny little alpine rodents called pikas, and they live in scree. And they're very rotund. It's like a fat hamster, but like they make hamsters look skinny. It's like if you converted like a hamster into a Pac-Man, basically. And they have like the most adorable little tails. Like they legitimately look like Pikachu tails, but they usually sit on them, so you don't really see them. And they're extraordinarily loud. These guys. Extremely loud. A tiny giant space hamster? I mean, they're like palm size. They're like I don't know, they're like the size of a squirrel or so. They're just very round. And they're supposedly the critter that Pikachus were based on. I don't know if that's true, but they sound like a Pika. Because the sound they make sounds like Pika. They're very funny. Sometimes they just scream P really loudly, which is also very funny. So you're like climbing up the scree slope, almost dying, falling off of a mountain, having a panic attack in a high wind, and then you hear Pika! Maybe if he sneezes, then he would sound like a Pikachu. I'm just waiting for these ads to end. This is me killing time for the ad break. I have trail mix, is how the song goes. And then the chipmunks show up and eat my trail mix. Hey, chipmunks, did you know that if you subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, you won't get trail mix, but I'll try and get you trail mix. Yeah, it's more of like a rhythm beat with like a shaker, except the shaker is just a plastic bag full of trail mix. Anyway, Rompy likes sandstone brass and aquamarine, as well as osprey leather, giant honey badger bone, and jute fabric, as well as the color burnt umber. Spiked balls, yep, and the words of the glimmer of velvet, and when possible prefers to consume bat. Dwarven rum and tapir's milk, and absolutely hates purring maggots. He's married to Zulban, and he's a member of the denomination of Vaults and the Diamond Cult. I've never seen a dwarf in 2 religions. That's interesting. Multi-denominational, it seems. Excellent. Also, we've got water getting spread into here. So I can start growing stuff underground. And scared them away. Oh no! I've always wanted to hear a cuckoo bird in real life. But I've never heard one. 6 weeks? Oh my god. It's such a long time. Right, so this down here is going to be an inn tavern. The Tin Cook.
Oh, I had to refresh for this.
The Glittery Cook is what I shall call it. Welcome back, Serverlord. It's good to have you. Yeah, you have to refresh to get the notification to pop up. Hi, Master Comedian? Okay, I need to throw these 2 in as performer or just as tavern keepers because they're both such good comedians. I need to know. How's the dwarfs today? I've got some really interesting ones. Possibly my favorite one that I've got is The Sweaty Poet. This dwarf here has 2 lovers and a spouse, Sage. And she wrote a song called a poem called The Cracked Lover. And like she wrote it. It says right here that she wrote it. And so I want her to spread the knowledge of the cracked lover to as many people as possible in this world. Because how else are you going to become a cracked lover? It's just so funny. The wording there is just perfect, but also terrible. Because it's the most like unintentional Dwarf Fortress thing I've seen in a very long time in this game. Are loud and will steal your meat. Huh. So they're like Canada Jays then. I've seen those things fly into tents and fly out with a sandwich. Although we didn't really get bombed by the Canada Jays this time when we were in Manning because like all of the berries are in season. So there's like salmon berries, huckleberries, like alpine blueberries, alpine strawberries and stuff just everywhere. So they were just eating berries and happy and full and not really bugging us. But like you go out there in the winter and like they see you packing up camp and there's like 30 of them around you and you're like, oh, well, I feel like I'm about to be robbed. They stole your boss's lit cigarette from his mouth? Okay, that's just that bird's just doing him a service. He doesn't even know, but like, and nor is he gonna thank that bird for it, but that bird's just trying to do him a favor. So they're just, well, being awake frustratingly early is just normal birds. That's just all birds. That's seagulls, that's chickadees, that's starlings, that's parrots, chickens, geese. It's just sat there in a tree with his lit cigarette. Well, you didn't give him $1 or I don't know, a peanut. Speaking of owls, there's been a bunch of owls roosting close to me, so I've been hearing hooting since moving here. Even now, like, they kind of stopped for a couple months, and they've started up again, which is kind of neat. Like, 2 in the morning or so, I hear hoot, hoot. It's great. I like owls. Owls are neat. Hootie and the Blowfish. Sure. Also, owls are just the night shift bird. So are chickadees, though. They're up pretty late at night, calling. I really like chickadees. You're feeling an aware animal attack coming? They'll probably see all my livestock first and get into a fight with a bunch of sheep, but we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me. This is a weirdly old acting world. And I've got a lot of, like, very high-level legendary critters, like, not critters, but dwarves wandering into the map. Actually, I wonder, are any of us associated with stuff? Yeah, there's a lot of family heirlooms in this world, too. None of these are in the fortress yet. Dent Divide. Dented Dived. What's the name of that? Tooth Braves. Spread shoots the councils of authority. Cool. Spear up at the top. I saw a bat the other day, actually, Majestic. Sky rats are pretty cool. Sky rats sound like somebody who would be like an arch nemesis in Tailspin, you know? And you, we're just gonna go brew drink from plant and from fruit. Nope, that one I can keep up. Because this is making dustings of mud all the way across. Actually, that one's done. You don't have a dusting of mud yet, so I can go south of you down here. So also, somebody commented on one of my VODs recently because we were talking about the existence of a new Naked Gun movie starring Liam Neeson. Apparently that movie's good. Like, it's actually, like, not a bad spiritual successor to the originals, which is kind of wild to me. I mean, that's just what bats are. They're sky rats. There's a new dye system. You guess you need to find some patch notes. Let's see. Do I have a dyer shop right now? So I can show you. I do. So you can now, okay, make dye. These are all of the dyes that exist now. They can be blended to make more colors. I just don't have empty bags currently. They can be blended to make more colors. And you can also now dye leather. So, yeah. Let's also... I have no idea how I'm going to deal with seeds. It's going to take up all... I'm going to need so much stuff. Okay, let's just go here and then just go seeds. I'll just chuck them all here for right now. Some camo. Oh, yeah, no, you could do, like, green. Let's just put one barrel in there. Green and, like, brown, I guess? Do I even have any cloth right now? I guess I do. See, now they're okay, now they're using it. I guess, like, sheep's wool cloth isn't considered cloth. So if you have only used dyed cloth, they can't dye the sheep's wool cloth. Which is confusing beyond all get-go. That seems like a bug. I will reach out to Tarn about that, or see if it's been reported, because that seems like a bug. But yeah, now we've got well-crafted sheep's wool dye, and those are probably going to immediately get filled up with seeds. Let's just see, make dye. What can we make? We can make ash bark dye, birch bark dye, pear bark dye, oak bark dye, radish dye, and willow leaf dye. Let's make willow leaf dye. And then dye some cloth. Dad sent you the funniest duck today with a package, and it looks like a troll had a baby with a, wait, like the funniest, like a picture of a duck? Or like they literally, like your parent sent you a physical duck? Because in my mind, they literally sent you a duck. So I just need these two to get buckets of water. And then we're going to do a strip along here. And then I'm going to channel this down. We're going to do the next strip. Actually, I could probably channel up to here. And I can go down here and go farm plot all the way across once those two are done. It's a rubber duck. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so that's done. That's done. So now it's just this one with which we require. Posted an off topic. Okay. That is allegedly a rubber duck. I don't know what I'm looking at here. That is all. Sweaty poet, the tavern keeper, has given birth to a boy. The cracked lover indeed. Sweaty Bab. Wait, why don't we call you Sweaty Junior? The question is, how long until you learn your mom's great poem after she goes and attends a meeting? It's pretty quick. Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation? Tisk. Why is he fucking scared? Hold on, what? Where does it say that he's scared? It just says gotta. I mean, mom's not scared. Gah, he says now. I would say the same thing if I was 0 years old. If that, maybe. Might even just say nothing. Oh, why is the duck scared? Sorry, I thought you were talking about the baby dwarf. You know, if I was a rubber duck, I would also be terrified. So honestly, I would say perfectly understandable on behalf of the rubber duck. This is not the fastest way to make a farm field, but it certainly is a way of making a farm field. So now I can go here and I can go farming. Jump. And go all the way down to here. Look at that. Although, actually, I'm going to move all this over to here. It just makes more sense to be on that side. Smooth underneath it, too, while we're at it. And up here, get rid of that, up to there. And Zacharias here is constructing our first farm. Competent brewer and all. And we're going to start making, I guess, pigtails. Whenever they're in season. The rest of the time, I think we'll do... Ooh, we could do dimple cups. Actually, let's just do those. Thems, and dimple cups one time a year. Yep. No, that's true. My rep. But we're going to have more bags than I know what the hell to do with, so... Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Ooh. I didn't successfully trade, though. So there is that. Dwarves are all very busy. We're slow growers. I mean, not really. It just took a year to get farming up and running. That's actually pretty good for me. I think I'll just do the 2 strips, probably. You're right there. Socializing, honestly, is kind of sad. Let's also expand this a wee bit. I kept on hoping that this dwarf would just make conglomerate blocks, but turns out they're making a lot of other blocks too, so... I'm also going to go up to here and remove bars and blocks from this, just to slow down the number of hauling tasks that keep happening, which is a bit ridiculous. This dwarf is hauling a bucket full of water. And just in case you weren't aware of that, they're also thirsty. You've had multiple instances where bats get into your HVAC system. The outer grate keeps coming off and then they get in. Oh, that's crazy. Also, that sucks. So chat room, we've been playing Dwarf Fort now for about 6 hours. We've made some decent progress on this fort. I think I'm going to finish this farming setup, and then we're going to go play a run of Jupiter Hell. Jupiter Hell Classic. So we can keep the new fort vibe going a little bit longer here. And also so that I have some time to get ahead of the editing for videos. Because I've got a fortress that I'm currently working on a video for, and I want to get a little bit less footage recorded. 6 hours already? Where'd the time go? Away in the last 6 hours is where it went. So we'll finish up getting this farming stuff up and running. And the plan for the fort tomorrow, I think, is just going to be get this upper layer up and running as a more efficient construction unit. And let's also get some gems cutting. Just need a few more buckets to come in. But yeah, I would like to play some Jupiter Hell Classic. So, because that is a game that I've been looking forward to for a very long time, and it's caught up to my expectations, shall we say. Guess I could do the top segment on its own, but come on, Dorfy. Also, we've got one pissed off dwarf and one really happy dwarf. Who's so happy and why are you so... Oh. Sage is happy because he's a parent, probably. Yeah, he feels adoration after becoming a parent, which is a very good, positive, happy thought. So Sweaty Jr. is alive, and he's very happy about this. So shoutouts to good old Sage McDaddy. You know, I actually should name you that. I should give dwarves additions to their nicknames. How about actually Sage McPops? He's a proud dad, you know? His old pops. Because him and his wife had Sweaty Jr. I should do that. Just like slowly give dwarves more and more longer, more ridiculous nicknames as they do things in life. Oh, fuck me. Well, that crash is back. Good to know. Oh, what season was it? It's when you have a pit, and then you go to assign an animal to the pit. I thought they fixed that. So I wasn't being super careful with what I was clicking. But only if this pit is assigned as a pond. So if the pit is assigned as a pond, and then you go to assign an animal to the pit that's also assigned as a pond, it does that. Okay, so... Well, that's kind of a piss off. Wasn't that much progress that was lost, but was enough progress that basically when this is assigned, if you click this and you're clicking like really quickly, I guess it's like inconsistent when it happens. But if it's assigned as a pond and you click that, there is a chance that it will crash the game. So that sucks. I was under the impression that that bug had been fixed, but I'm going to save and return to title. And we'll have to get Pops and Sweaty Jr. named when Sweaty Jr. is born. Was your child lost? No, your wife's still preggers, so she'll have the baby regardless. But yes, I will have to name them again. Chat room, we're swapping games now. That's it for Dwarfs for the day. We will be picking up this new fort tomorrow, though. Sucks that had to end with a crash, but that kind of took the wind out of my sails there. We will be picking the game back up tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. Pacific, and we're going to go do a run of Jupiter Hell Classic now, which is a game that I've been looking forward to for a very long time, which actually has Dwarf Fortress references in it. So, yeah. Also, it's a game that was in development almost as long as Dwarf Fortress, if not longer, because the first release was 2002. So I guess it's been publicly... Well, Doom the Roguelike has been publicly available longer than Dwarf Fortress. Which is interesting, because I've heard, like, the developer of this game talk about being in, like, IRC chats with Tarn Adams in the 90s. Small world, I guess. So I'm going to get this game set up, and if you're sticking around on the YouTube side, I don't know, post beers. If you're sticking around on the Twitch side, post beers. I appreciate it. And if you're not interested in the game, that's cool. But if you could leave the stream up and just lurk, that does go a very long way. And I would very much appreciate that. But at the end of the day, you do you, folks. But I would appreciate it if you stick around. And if you stick around, maybe I'll show a video of that chipmunk again. All right, where's that thumbnail? It's there. Grab you. Grabbed it, moved it. Grabbed you, grab that. Because they are a hole and you can choose to make a hole in the ground without water or trash. Correct. Presuming you're talking about what I think you're talking about. All right, let's jump over. So is anybody here completely not familiar with what this game is? I made a video about it, though. Let's see if everything's been updated. It appears to have been. So let me grab you. Grab this. Do that, do this. I'll grab this. Do that. And this. It's also a Trojan horse, this game. Not to say that it's literally a Trojan horse. But there is a total overhaul mod for it that also gives you Doom the roguelike along with it. Which is kind of awesome if you ask me. Oopsies. So for the price of one game, you get 2 games. Sort of. Picked it up on your recommendation from watching the feed. A lot more fun than you thought it would be from just seeing it out of the blue. Yeah, it's a... I don't know. Games like this are often kind of a hard sell. All right, let me just put out a ping on the Discord. All right. I'm going to do some Angel games. So this is basically like the modifier runs. And I want you guys to tell me what I should play. These are all, they're different difficulties. So this one is very simple, which is only pistols. This one is only shotguns. This one is... I do max damage, but so do enemy. Which is, I guess, going to be like blind firing the enemy a lot. And then this one is, I don't get a gun. I have to punch things. It's a lot of punching stuff. So what do you guys think? You guys want to see me only use pistol? Only use shotgun? Die in one hit? Or punch things? What sounds interesting to you? Berserker? Just constantly go berserk? Well, we'll put that onto hard. And I'm thinking we play this as the Marine. Blood for the Blood Gods, skulls for the Fist Throne. Snapneck. I mean, actually, Technician would let me just make... No, I need you to do this, because then I could get, like, a bunch of melee-related skills. And then we could go for, like, Vampire or something, which is... When you do damage in melee, you get health back. So, that's probably going to be the way to do this, right? So let's start off with Tough as Nails, which gives me more armor. And, we'll go for Vampire, which gives me health back when I kill things in melee. And that's all I got. Hello, Drew. Hello, One Sock. Also, just double checking to everybody in the YouTube chat and on the Twitch stream. All the titles are updated, right? Now I need a funny name for Punchy McFistface. Could name him like Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, Rocky is also a good option. I don't get the reference for Mr. Dream. Fisty? Fisty McCuffs. McCuffins. Speaking of fisticuffs, apparently that new Mafia game's pretty good, Mike Tyson. I mean, it should be like Trike Myson, right? Or Tyke Myson. Oh, is Mr. Dream somebody from Punch-Out? I've never actually played Punch-Out. A dwarf mercenary faint ghoul is visiting your fort. You're now scared. You should be friends. Maybe he'll join you. Maybe he's friendly. How about just Tyke Myson? All right, so I don't start with a gun. I do appear to start with 2 large med kits and some decent armor. Just gonna close this door. Just punching. Just punching. Just punching. Can I actually equip weapons? Okay, so I can. I can't, I can equip them, but the game just yells at me. Alright, well, let's cry then. They just friendly fired him for me. Thank you. Ow. That hurt. Please die. Just gonna close this and wait for him to come over to me, assuming he does. This is very silly. I'm going to use adrenaline and punch this guy to death. This is very, very silly. I think it's just that, yeah, there's 2 guys left now, so they're exposed on the map. Okay. You know, I was unaware that punching things actually did damage. I thought you had to have a melee weapon equipped. So you learn something every day, I guess. Okay. So now I can equip this, I think? I now have a combat knife. Pick up the armor. I have a knife. Fear me. DCSS strats for the win. Yeah, it is kinda. Just running Berserker. That should be easy mode though, right? Is it the Minotaur Berserker or the Orc Berserker? Let's wait. Ow. Ow. Okay. Let's close that door. I don't like this long walkway. No. Yeah, no, my fists are so permanently clenched that I cannot pick things up unless it happens to be an extension of my fist, like a knife. I think they made it there. This is a little terrifying. I'm also going to use adrenaline and stab him to death. Whew. Yikes. Please. Die. Anytime. This year. There you go. That was terrifying. Now I have new armor. Oh. Lovely. I did not need to summon those dudes into existence, but I did. Owie. At least once I'm in melee range, I kind of have the advantage. Alright, well, God, what else does this need me to get? It's badass. That just makes me do more daily melee damage, right? Oh, no, that... Okay. It's brute that makes me do more melee damage. Okay, well, what? How many skills do I need total to get vampire? Tough nails 2 and badass 1. I feel like we should go for brute. I mean, I went down to 2 HP, so... I'm just gonna back the fuck up. I was hoping they would do that. Ay, ay, ay. At least there's plenty of ammo here. That's a shoddy. And we'll back up. Until he enters this walkway. Please die. Thank you. You love how it turned out. Oh, it's so good, that lefty. When you refresh, the title updated? Thanks, Goose. I will say also, YouTube folks, I'm not ignoring you. It's just, I look at chat less when I'm playing games like this anyway, because they make me focus a lot more. But yeah, this game still has a demo too, so if you're interested in trying it, you should. It might seem like I'm pushing this game very heavily, and I swear I'm not biased or anything. I just really like the game that this came from, Doom the Roguelike, and so I'm kind of just a fanboy. Uh-oh. Shoutouts to that demon who killed that guy for me. Let's just use adrenaline for this guy. Got him. Sketchy as hell, though. Jesus. At least that healed me. Okay, so there's one guy left from what I can tell. I'm gonna say, please be a thing that heals me. It doesn't. It's a thing that summons bad guys, so I get to press the more enemies button. I don't think those give me XP either. I'm just gonna heal off the ground. And more armor. Just gonna let this guy come to me. Okay. What is this alternate route? That's mines. Nah, I don't want to go that way. Love the original Jupiter Hell, and this is a known brain for you. Yeah, well, this is Doom the Roguelike. Also, like, we're built on the bones of Doom the Roguelike. If you buy this game, in the workshop, there is a total conversion for it. That's kind of official, because the developer made it, which just ports Doom the Roguelike in as well. So it also has its own separate save, scores, and progression. Just saying, which is kind of awesome. Animal, what up, dude? It's good to see you, mate. Let's just keep doors closed. Because that's how Doom Guy die. Can I dual wield knives? So I just have 2 combat knives now. Can I throw those? I guess I can. Whatever. Well, this is a problem. I'm also going to use adrenaline. Basically out of medkits. Close that. Just keep running this way. Ha! I have a chance again. Because I found that health orb. But we're doing a challenge, Animal, where I can only equip melee weapons. And use melee abilities. So I'm Tyke Myson. So wish the old boy luck. Because I'm now out of I think I may be dead. Yep. Let's try again. Oopsies. Challenge game. Angel game. Don't have a gun at the start. Hard. Let's try that again. Except this time, I think I'm going to start off with... Brute. All right. 2 seconds, chat. Blah. Let's see how much thing I can punch. Oh. This guy. Which means I'll take more damage this time, but I'm doing a little bit more damage out the gate. Let's just close that. I think he got friendly fired. I don't think I actually killed him. But what have you been up to, Animal? How's life been? Is work still busy? I remember you saying that you were really busy with work. I like how they skip a turn through the door. But like once I get them into melee range, they do so little damage to me that it's not that they're not a threat. They're still a threat. They're just less of a threat. Okay, you've got a shoddy. It's just a massive boon to me all of a sudden. You're hanging around with family this month all of a sudden. Hey, but that's not a bad thing. Swap over to green armor. Cry that there isn't more chests to open and then move on. Okay, more chests. Speaking of more chests. Okay, how many floors did I make it down the last time? It was like 3? What do you think, chat? What's the over-under? More or less this time? Yeah, and that's all I'm doing is melee damage, so... Yeah, it's plus 20% melee damage, plus 2% melee accuracy. Lanix, thanks for gifting a sub to Animal. Welcome back, Animal. I think that's like your 80th something month resub, right? That's really like the strat with these guys. You have to make them like friendly fire each other. Oopsies. I hit 2 buttons simultaneously. That's a bad thing. Well, that missed. Still got the splash damage, though. Yeah, this is suboptimal. I'm just going to use adrenaline so that I can do a little bit more to him, hopefully. And I level up. Let's level up Brute again. I still feel like Hell Runner is the only way to properly start off a run. 91 months. Hot damn. I'll bet you a few of them have been gifted, but that's, yeah, I don't know. I'm like terrifyingly close to 100 months on my own channel. I mean, I can't actually check right now for some reason. It's not letting me look. Test. Here, let me check this way. Yeah, I'm 98 months. So like, what, November? I hit 100 months. Yeah, time flies, eh? Just like The Office, time files away into a filing cabinet. That hurt. It's really just the bigger fiends that are the actual problem. They hurt so bad. There goes my armor, so re-equip that blue armor. Oh, come on. Nothing happens. There's a lever here. It might be ammo or something else. What about this one? Your armor looks like new. Yay, that's nice of it. Thank you, old lever boy. It's the mines. Stairs leading downward. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you were very early on, right? Just hit 140 months. Can I ask who it is? I'm just gonna close that. And close this. Let's go for you. And close that. Oh my god. I'm just gonna have to do some door dancing. Adrenaline. Oh boy. Why do they all have shotguns? Why was there so many shotguns? That's rough. We made it the same distance both times. All right, I'll give this one more attempt. Keep it on hard. Maybe let's try Hell Runner this time and take less damage overall, maybe? And if this doesn't, if Tyke, my son, can't work, then we'll just do a normal run. I have to get a win with a scout at some point, so we can do a scout run. Are we winning? No. I'm dying trying to complete a challenge. I've only died so far, so you know it's going very well. They're missing more now, which I guess is good. That was a shotgun. Let's just wait. That's also very funny. It's just the three of them left. Okay, now that I've beaten you up, let's grab that and this. And then the last bit. I mean, that's what I was looking for the whole time, was this knife. God. Also, the punching them sound is just so funny. Yeah, I can't equip guns. It's the Angel of Carnage, and so far the only real carnage has been me dying. Shotguns are mean, basically. Not entirely sure what the correct build order is here. Ah, Jesus. Ah, Jesus! Okay, well. Let's try that one more time. I don't think Hellrunner's the play. I think Brute's the play. Just do more damage. Okay, this is Tyke the Fourth. Uh-oh. Tykerston Jr. Just gotta keep that door shut. Just pick it up, drop it, and wait. You will come to the door, and I will punch you in the head. Till dead. I'm just gonna use adrenaline. Then go back over here and wait. I'm waiting 10 turns at a time, I think, which is shift wait. So assuming they don't come through the door with a... Yeah, see? It's waiting a whole bunch of turns at once. So I can see approximately where they're going, so I will move up to here. Drop that. Eventually they gotta come this way, right? Come here, motherfucker. Or don't. I mean, it's really up to you. Let's pick that up, equip the knife, and the other armor. I got 2 armors this time. Double the armor, double the dumb. Uh-oh. Ow. Well, I didn't die. That's the good news. Bad news is I'm almost dead. Surprise! Patient and punchy. Trust me, there's many things you could say about me. Patient isn't one of them. Well, I try. I like the demons friendly firing each other. That's very funny. It's just not that convenient for me. I'm also going to swap out my armor. Ooh. Oh, hey. It's a pretty nifty armor up there. Ah, boy. I'm going to try and grab a Hell Runner now. So now I've got a new blue armor, which is good. Just going to close that. I'm going to move south so that you occupy the same space as me. I'm going to use a stim pack and adrenaline. Kill you as quickly as possible. I'm now moving super fast, and I'm going to use this and hope that it's something useful. Oh, so pulling that lever killed a bunch of stuff for free, which is lovely. I love it when the buttons do things that don't hurt me. Speaking of things that don't hurt me, that orb doesn't hurt me, so I will touch that orb, and this exposes the map, so I will touch that orb as well. Over there's a chest, which has another orb that does, well, tells me where the enemy are, and then I can step in this and go, wee, I'm over here now. It's fun stuff. Medic? God, I wish. Problem is I am the medic. I'm gonna let you come to me and then stab you in the head and apparently crit and Reaver dies. Oh man, that's a really cool gun, but I can't use it. That sucks, man. I wish I could use the cool gun, but unfortunately, nope. No can do for me. I can use the teleporters though. So can the bad guys, so it's not like they're safe places or anything. All right, so every single one has died on the 3rd floor. We're about to enter the 3rd floor, chat. What's the over-under? Am I dead, or am I going to make it further than the 3rd floor this time? I do still have medkits, which is better than the last 2 attempts. I'm going to try and fight this guy. Look at that. So many doors. Let's just stabbeth youeth to death. Uh-oh. It's kind of a lot of damage that I've taken. Okay, let's heal. Wait, what? Oh, that was a small one that I used. I thought I used a big one. Why that no heal me? I love it when they friendly fire themselves. This is over, is it? I don't know. The thing is, like, melee runs are really hard to get going, but they're really strong once they get going. So if I can get this going, I have a chance. The problem is getting it going. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. Yeah, no, Tyke Mice in the 4th definitely sounds more prestigious than Tyke Mice in the 3rd. I mean, he's 3rd. He only got bronze. He should have been the 2nd, or 1st, even better. Yeah, no, I need, like, a machete, and I need a few of the melee traits. I also think that the green armor might actually be better. I also need some better armor. I need to be able to do that, too. I think what I need to do is just play slower, actually. The hardest part about this challenge is that I can't start with weapons, right? Can I attack these? I guess not. Oh, no, I can. Those sometimes have stuff in them of usefulness. Oof. It's pretty brutal, though. Uh-oh. Please come to me. Those fiends can't shoot fireballs, so they're just melee, but they can still skip turns. They're way faster than me. Oh, I didn't even see that guy. I looked at chat for one turn, one singular turn, and... Oh shit, can I throw the knife? Yes, I can. Good to know. I guess I'll just use adrenaline. So I can throw knives, which is actually good to know. But yeah, mostly we just need perks. I have a question. Is anybody who's played this, have any of you tried any of these challenge runs yet? Oh my god. Now we're golden. Okay, maybe not golden, but... Okay, so for Vampire, I need Tough as Nails 2 and Badass. Brute's probably what we actually need, though. Tough as Nails just gives me resistances. Let's just grab Tough as Nails 1. This just gives me a lot more damage, really. So now I take less damage, which is good. I think there's only one thing left alive on the map, so I can just kind of run around a little more. Which is... Oh, nope, there's two things. There's a health orb. Love me the health orbs. Need to not take meaningless damage like I have been repeatedly. So chat, I'll have you know, we beat the floor, so if you were a naysayer and you thought that I was cooked on that floor, well, you're wrong. I might just be cooked on the next floor. Sometimes these have health packs in them and other things, sometimes ammo as well, but usually nothing. This is based on Doom the Roguelike, not Duke Nukem the Roguelike, after all. been allocating time for one run every other day at this point. I mean, that's a pretty good place to be, honestly. This game is just so nice and pick up and play. It's nice to have a small roguelike with runs of this length. Because, like, recently, most of my rogueliking has been CUD, and I like CUD a lot. But I'll be honest, they're too long. Okay, so this is my best score yet for this challenge. That's not okay. Uh-oh. Also need to equip a new armor. The Medusa-ling is now dead. Tyke is not mice, but he is Mycen. I like it when they friendly fire themselves. It's always a good time. Nice. Let's see if you can come all the way up into melee range. Or don't. There you are. And then I'll stab you. Let's move this way. I think that fiend right there that was just throwing fireballs actually hit the Medusa-ling. Which is why we heard it screaming off in the distance. Which is kind of funny, actually. Not me looking at my subscriptions and making a list of your top 20 longest subs on this platform? Wait. As in seeing how high you are in the top 20 overall? Or how many of your recurring subs are in the longest on the platform? I mean, I guarantee you, like, the OGs who've been watching my channel since the beginning are probably in some sort of statistic for weird things they Google on the internet, but also, like, number of months actively using Twitch. I don't like that barrel there. Like that. No. All right, let's do a normal run, shall we? Chat, scout or technician? We're talking old boys, yes. Hobo. Scout? Okay. For Scout, we got Ghost, Sniper, Gunrunner, Gun Kata, or Blade Master. You know, we should do Blade Master, because I was trying to get melee to work anyway. So why don't we? Also, it starts with Hellrunner. I need a name. Aelb. I was writing blade backwards. It doesn't work. No, a different one. Different rocket nerd. I mean, I could name him Chief Scout. Yeah, EJ. Me and Hobo and Chad have had beers with that man. Scout named Scott. Okay. .30 ammo with 44. Someone in the Steam forums for this game was complaining that the player character's arms are too skinny. Makes him kind of look like a string bean. To which I have to say, yeah, he's got a beer gut. I mean, obviously. Like, you know how, in Doom, I guess, like, Doom Guy's supposed to be like this unstoppable killing machine? I like the idea that Jupiter Guy is just like, it's just trying to get to lunch break and not getting paid enough to here, and wasn't allowed in the union for, like, I don't know, some reason or another. Uh-oh. Okay, well, you're done. I didn't even need to use my power. Look at that. I also didn't get any armor, I don't think. Huh. It's always a pain when you don't get armor on the first floor. Boy, howdy. Also, by the way, we cleared the first floor without taking any damage, so... I don't know, give me a high five. Or something. In the shotgun duel, I win, apparently. Also, going into stealth mode while also holding a shotgun is really funny to me. Let's close that door. Hey, armor. Excellent. Ow. Okay, now I've taken damage. Perfect score ruined! Well, I didn't want to know what that switch was going to do anyway. Nice. Alright, so for Blade Master, I need Brute level 2. But I've got time, so what I think I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go for Hellrunner level 2 first to get more dodge so that they just can't hit me when I start swapping to knives.
Almost.
Wasp, thanks for 11 months. Wasp, have you streamed this? Would you be interested in streaming this? If so, reach out. I may or may not have keys. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Wasp in the 11 months? Ow. That's, not the best. But hey, at least I can go invisible, so... Also blew up another barrel that I couldn't see. And another switch. Like I said earlier, I didn't even want to know what those switches did. Alright, well, I'll see if I can get you a key after Strum. I was given a bunch of extra keys to give out to people who would be interested in streaming it, because this game has, like, no PR. Let's go down one more. There's another healing orb up there. There we go. Wasp, thanks for the 5-pack. Holy shit. Means a lot, mate. Not sure what I did to deserve that, but pretty sure you could have bought in this game with that money. But thank you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, can I don't know, just hit the party button if you can find it. Uh-oh. This is suddenly kind of sketch. Like, this is bad. I'm almost dead. That was brutal. Horrible positioning on my part. Also lost my armor. I don't think it was up, was it? Maybe it was, but once they're on you, they keep hitting you, I think. At least they were the other day. Unless that behavior's been changed. Alright, so for Blade Master, I need Brute. And level 6. This is what I get for having a perfect floor 1. You're not wrong. There's always more room to improve, though. Always catches me off guard how big explosions are in this game. Because I played a lot of Jupiter Hell, and the explosions are like 4 tiles. In that game, way smaller. Like, they cause some pretty crazy fires, but like, the actual explosion radius is always way smaller, and it's made me very complacent for this game. Also, I can't remember who said it in chat, but this game being described kind of like a turn-based, let's grab the auto rifle. This game being described as sort of a turn-based nuclear throne is actually a very apt description for it. So just normal stairs for the normal route. Let's see for the alternative route over here. Let's go Valhalla.
This is madness!
Madness? Are you saying that we're not cool guy friends? What does that make me then?
Neat.
You have a fun cool guy day. Cool guy hobo. I'm not offended, but I will pretend to be. Laters, hobos. Don't forget to shake your Coke before you drink it. You know, only taking 1 hit there is pretty okay, actually. Also gonna swap back over to that shoddy. Those are those your two most frequently used? Is that why? Stone or? Nice. I love it when they friendly fire each other in this. They turn on each other and then start, like, feuding. There he goes. Like, they get mad and then start punching each other. Turns out having guns makes this game a lot easier. Yeah, I think they patched pickup orbs because now when you touch them, you pick them up automatically instead of having to like manually pick them up. The other day you had to like press G on them to activate them, but I think that's been fixed. Wasn't sure if that was intentional or not, so it's neat. Is there a chest over here that I'm missing? It's a great feature of any game that allows friendly fire to happen, in my opinion. Friendly fire is just a good feature that all games should have. Oh, really? You get a lot of use of Wambler? Wambler's pretty good. And thanks for hanging out, by the way, YouTube chat. Appreciate those of you who are sticking around. Also, I have been told by the dev that they've made enough in initial sales for this that they're like not doing great, but stable, which is good. Just gonna go for the guy with the shoddy. Let's go for you and you. That was kind of a chaotic start to that floor. Like, holy shit, I'm gonna start saving up rockets, though. Okay, then. Just as a reminder, we are playing on hard. Also, I should probably change the title, actually. We're not doing the angel runs anymore. BRB getting a snack? Alright. Don't snack too hard. So bring strategy to a running gun FPS. Used to try to minimal ammo use runs to get the goal. Oh yeah, true, yeah. Just like where you don't even need to shoot as often and save the special ammo for boss fights and shit. See, these do sometimes have stuff in them. That one had a health orb. Have to walk around. Something else that this game does that Jupiter Hell, which came after this, didn't do, is sometimes enemies will just like drop gear, which I'm very happy to see that back. And it's such a fun little mechanic. Oh shit, there's a big health thingy over there. Also like finding the ammo packs that have more than like the standard pile size of ammo. That was terrifying. All right, let's go down to Valhalla Control after I pick up that health kit. No, don't have enough room in my armor. Or in my inventory, because I've got too much random armor and shit. Don't need all of these pistols. I don't know where those ended up coming from, but so I don't really need that ammo either. Let's grab the auto rifle as well. Some more ammo for it. Utopia Must Fall. Yep, you ended up buying it and have a blast. Have you played since they upgraded the upgrade tree? It's been a while, maybe. I played when they added the first pass to it, because they added a bunch of new abilities, but I think since then they've added like an actual like visually displayed upgrade tree. I don't think I've played since then. It's something that I don't know, I haven't gotten back to. I would like to though, because that game was a lot of fun. Like, I just casually enjoy Missile Command, so. All right, so I need Brute level 2, and I'm level 4. I've got Brute level 1. Right now, Hellrunner would help me more. Plus 30% dodge, Chad's first dodge after a move is always a success. That's very good. Basically, like, there's all the more reason now to just move constantly. Let's just get behind cover. By that, I mean break line of sight. This game doesn't really have a cover system, per se. I didn't see that guy, but hit him anyway. Yeah, you just gotta have all the happy feet. You know, the shotgunners kind of look like Scream. Like, if you squint at their face, they kind of look like Scream. I'm gonna actually go invisible for this one. Ooh. The assault rifle uses 7.62, right? Yes. But that's gonna be way better than the auto rifle. Let's unload that auto rifle on the ground. Grab that, grab that. Oops. It's a pretty big damage boost. Huge thank you to those of you who've stuck around for this portion of the stream, by the way, because this is just a game I genuinely like. And, you know, I realize that I'm known for Dwarf Fort, but getting to play games I like as well that are very different helps keep things on the Dwarf Fort side fresh and makes the quality of the Dwarf Fort streams better. So I got other things to focus on and think about in the day. I'm glad you do. Yes? Suddenly know how to assemble a piercing edge. Also, for those of you who don't know, because I didn't actually realize this, there's this, which you keep these from run to run. So once you learn once you pick up those assembly charts or make it on accident, it populates this menu, which is kind of neat. So I know how to make a chain blade, which is B and P. It's a maglev pistol. Those are pretty good too, but I think I'm actually going to leave that. Let's throw out this and throw out that. And I will pick up a power mod and this. If I find any bulk mods, there's one. Speaking of. And then there's this machete. Throw out this revolver and pick up the machete. Swap weapons. And equip the machete. Which is what, 3d5? Yes, it's 3d5. So if I put a bulk mod onto the machete, which should up it to 4d5, which is actually a pretty big boost. And then put a power mod onto the machete, that should make it into a chain blade. Which does 8d3. First run so far, you got a maglev. It does lose damage as it goes, so do keep that in mind. But I'm just going to keep the assault rifle. Although I will, I think, throw out the rockets and grab that shotty. Maybe a little bit more shotgun ammo. So now I've got a chain machete. Honey, we be chopping. Watch me manage to not find anybody. There we go. Look at that. Nice. Just have to be very careful with constantly closing doors when you're playing in melee, which is just hit space and then, you know, the direction for the door. There you go. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm playing DCSS. That was too much damage. Also in an ad break, so I will pause. Mark Gordon in YouTube chat, hello. But yeah, chat, if you picked up this game and you haven't yet, do leave it a review. Because this game is real small, right? It's at that size where if you want it to succeed or if you want it to, if you want to help out the dev, I guess, do leave it a review. I'm invisible and I have a gun. So I'm going to shoot both these guys, hopefully. I mean, being the dwarf guy means I get to stream this stuff, though, Athiok. And people still watch. Maybe not as many, but... also means I get to get people to watch me play dwarfs, which is, on its own, pretty great, frankly. Sourdough cheese sandwich? Ooh. My sandwich today had cheese. It was on multigrain, and it had lettuce that I grew. It had... baby greens that I got from my CSA share, and my own tomatoes. It's pretty tasty. And mustard. Deep Space, what up? What if I throw on a new armor? Get rid of the old armor. Just pick up that power mod. Keep it in the old inventory. Let's make sure I don't need to reload. Let's just use that off the ground. Throw out one of these. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's it, but nope. Now that's it. Whole bunch of rockets on the ground, but... ooh, big health orb. Love me a big health orb. In this house, we only accept the biggest, sauciest health orbs. That's crispy tofu, pistachio ooh, I love pistachio pesto. Or actually, just any pesto in general. Just give me the pesto, and I will consume all of that pesto. Also, if you think that we're like running into problems here, don't be fooled, chat. We're actually really fucking strong right now. I'm really curious about how well I'm gonna survive this, actually. All right, so I haven't done this fight in Melee primarily since Jupiter Hell Classic launched, so we'll see how this goes. All right, well, so far so good. Two-shotting those guys who are pretty strong. Thankfully, I am also pretty strong. You know, I'll bet you if I just, like, bum rush it and go invisible, I can just run past them. For pickled onions and beets. That's just me every fall. Okay, so that's one level up. So I need Brute level 2, which will give me plus 30 melee damage, plus 4 melee accuracy. And that was a huge chunk of damage I just took. I'm going to heal myself and go invisible. Use a stim pack. And another large med kit. And then equip some new armor. Because that's 2 bosses dead. It's kind of a lot of damage, but hey, we're still in it. Wish us luck, chat. On to the next zone. I think we may have gotten this one going quicker. Looks like Space Station 13. You know, actually, it's funny. You can zoom in. You can, like, toggle the size up of everything. Sorry, it took me way too long to see that. It's funny. When chat's moving fast, I do a really good job keeping up with chat. When chat moves slow, I miss things in chat. Because I presume I've seen everything. It's like Schrodinger's chat. But if you scale the sprites up all the way, it really does look like SS13. Okay, so that's a machete. What does the machete do for damage? It's 3d5? I need a bulk mod. Oh wait, no, those are just machetes. Those are not... Okay. My brain was reading those as... Does this let me dual wield weapons? Action timer resets on kill. You get turns out of 50 movement. Yeah, you don't. I don't get to wield 2, so it doesn't really matter so much. I don't actually think that was a particularly flawless attempt at that boss. Oopsies. I took kind of too much damage in the second half. The nice thing about playing in melee, though, is I don't have to worry about ammo. I do have to worry about armor. But I don't have to worry about ammo. You gonna come over here, dude? No? Okay. That's pretty sloppy. Another power mod. Blue armor. What can I do with the armor? Is there anything that uses... So any shotgun times 2 turns into the elephant gun. I do have 2 power mods. Could make a elephant combat shotgun, which is a huge bonus to the elephant, or to the shotgun. So it's 63 right now, so let's bump it up to 73. And then it makes it into an elephant gun, which bumps it from 73 to 10d3. Which is a bit of a boost. I just need to pick up some shoddy ammo. And then I can also... Let's just dump that combat rifle, because maybe I'll use something else from there later, but not for right now. Because I'm going to be trying to get into close range anyway, so I just swap over to the shoddy and then blast him. Of course I have. I mean, how would I have not been here the whole time? Okay, so now is a perfect opportunity for me to show you how effective this shotgun is. This is also a bullshit. Floor, what the fuck? I guess I should have ran away. Harsh. Like, truly, truly harsh. Good news is I got to Scout T1 rank. That was BS. No, I should have just ran away. I was overly confident. I could have survived that very easily if I just walked north. That's literally all I needed to do was walk north. I just needed to walk away, and I would have been totally fine. So no, that was on me. It was just a lot more than I was expecting. Rip. Chat room, I think I'm gonna go work on editing. I've got a lot of editing I gotta do. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go work on editing, because like I said, I've got a lot of editing I gotta do. Yeah. Thanks for watching, Arch. Thanks for hanging out, folks. I'm gonna go work on the next big video. That's what I'm gonna do. But Twitch chat. We're gonna go raid somebody, so stick around. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thanks for hanging out though. We'll be working on more of that brand new fort tomorrow, and then I'll die more in this game in the evening. If that works for you. So I'm shutting down YouTube folks now. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on the flip.